Čujeme sa. Tak krásne dobré ránko všetkým prajem. Ja by som vás ešte v čele našeho celej organizačného zoskupenia Cloud Native SK rád privítal na našej konferencii v takýchto rozmerov. Sme veľmi radi, že vás tu všetkých vidíme. A aby som úplne zbytočne moc nekecal, tak zo pár zásadných informácií, workshopy, nezmeškať, je tam spústa zaujímavých vecí. Slajdo, vidíte QR kódy vytlačené na stenách, takže tam môžete posielať všetky vaše prípadné dotazy jednak na prezentujúcich, vždycky to máte rozdelené po miestnostiach, takže táto miestnosť má samostatný pol, takže čokoľvek sa chcete spýtať buď nás alebo speakerov, tak smerujte prosím tam. A v rýchlosti blesku uvediem Martina od Strčilka. Vítame od Labyrinth Labsov, bratislavská firmička, spústa zaujímavých technológií. Tak a Martin nám bude teda rozprávať o tom, ako by postavil nejaké škálovateľné SaaS-ko s tým, že bude dynamicky provižnovať tenantov. Takže sa na to veľmi teším. Prezentácia bude v angličtine. Martin je z Brna, ako som sa pred chvíľkou dozvedel. Pracuje remote a má rád spústu vecí okolo Kuberneta, ale to je samozrejme tu už dosť jasné u všetkých. Používa superkultúry ako Terraform, čo všetci máme veľmi radi, že jo, servisnú mež a hromadu vecí okolo toho. A okrem toho, ako správny český občan, má rád pivo a metal. Takže teda nebudeme to naťahovať a dávam slovo Martinovi.
Okay, so hello everybody and welcome to a talk from the series Building a Scalable SaaS. This time we will be looking at dynamic tenant provisioning with focus on Argo workflows we have chosen for this scenario. My name is Martin Strčilík and I am one of the folks from Labyrinth Labs, which is a local company from Bratislava, but with a global reach, focusing mostly on DevOps services, cloud, and especially Kubernetes. We are on a mission to help our customers on their journey to the cloud by either accelerating startups to get them to the market sooner with their product, or helping scale-ups migrate to the cloud and be able to scale there without breaking the bank. Let's start with some theory. I know, and I'm sorry, but I would like you to be on the same page when I will be talking about multi-tenancy and referencing isolation concepts. So basically, we choose between a silo and a pool model, where silo means that every tenant has all resources just for himself. This is good for strong isolation, but comes with a price, meaning dollars. On the other hand, we got a pool model, where everything is shared between individual tenants. Obviously, this would be a cheaper solution than the silo, but comes with challenges like noisy neighbors. And there is also something in between we can call a bridge, which basically is something from both worlds, let's say. So you can have a shared front end or back end, and then siloed database or storage, or vice versa. And another takeaway from this slide is that the isolation model should be evaluated or decided individually for each component of an application. And by having a multi-tenant application, regardless of an isolation model, and we can call it application plane, you might be missing a few things to have a proper SaaS service. SaaSification of your application will help you to operate it faster from business point of view. For example, by having tenants to have a self-service or to have some meaningful tenant insight for a business. So in order to have that, you will need some kind of control plane to provide you functionality like onboarding and offboarding the tenants, tiering, billing, etc. And we are done with the boring stuff. And to set a landscape for this talk, I would like to introduce you a customer. So this customer sells agent-based software for providing customer support. You can imagine that you go to some website and there is that button in the right bottom corner. You click it and you have that chat window. You can talk to support for the website. It's a large-scale company with thousands of existing users. They have fully pooled multi-tenant application, and they already have a SaaS offering. Also, they are simultaneously running and supporting more application versions. And the tenant management is handled by some core CRM system. This is the control plane I talked about. So everything is okay, right? So what's the problem here? Where they got a legacy setup and a huge technical debt. And everything is running on on-premise data center. That means that they have, unfortunately, a lot of reliability and scalability issues. So they have come to us. And we came with a plan, migration plan to the cloud, obviously. So onward, we say. So let's have a look how the migration looked like. So when we migrated the databases, we actually did some kind of lift and shift, some replatforming, let's say, by just moving the databases from on-premise VMs to AWS EC2 instances. You might be wondering why we didn't choose to run that on some managed solution from the cloud provider, like RDS. Well, the customer already has in-house team with a deep knowledge of database management and operations. And also with their scale of the databases, talking about several cores, even more memory, and terabytes of data, is not cheap to host managed database like that in the cloud. So we basically went this way, as was a better decision for them. They started with a monolithic application, and they were on a transition to microservices. And as we focus on that, and it's a fit for this use case, we decided to move the applications from the VMs to the Kubernetes. Also, they were managing or hosting the DNS services on their own, on their VMs. And this is kind of danger zone, so we really pushed them to try to use some managed service from AWS, like Route 53. And this was one of the more interesting aspects of that migration, because with thousands of tenants, if you basically create for each tenant individual zone, that comes with a price. So we were looking in the option to basically put every tenant records into a single DNS zone, which is basically fine from the Route 53 perspective that can scale like hell. But what about other related services that runs in the Kubernetes? For example, Cert Manager for issuing certificates, or external DNS control that manages that zone. There were some pitfalls to that, and we can talk about that later. Also, the client has few caching layers, so we put traffic caching into AKS next to the ingress controller, and then for application caching, we choose managed service from AWS Elasticache for Redis. Previously, they managed the infrastructure kind of manually, so when they wanted to have another VM, they come to a portal from this provider, create that VM manually, and then run SaltStack component to do the provisioning. That's not a scalable solution, so we went through introducing infrastructure as code by using Terraform, and we kept SaltStack for provisioning those VMs because that's just fine, that fits. Another interesting point of that migration was that we needed to exchange NGX proxy for traffic. And the reason for that is when you have a really large volume of requests per second and you do the configuration change often, how the NGX behind the scenes does that is that it spawns new processes but keeps the old ones until the requests are finished. And you might guess what could happen in that case. Anyone? Well, I will help you out. Basically, this will eat all the memory on the node, so the node will be basically doomed. The traffic doesn't suffer from this. There's different architecture behind the scenes, so it works just fine in this scenario. Also, as I mentioned, we were migrating from VMs to Kubernetes. We needed to change how the application is deployed. So we went from some custom archive and custom deploy scripts to container images, GitOps pattern using Argo CD and Helm for repackaging. And now we came to the tenant provisioning. So they used SolidStack basically for everything. And it's not just a good fit for Kubernetes world. So we needed something else in that area, and we have chosen Argo workflows. Now we will have a look how a tenant lifecycle could look like from tenant provisioning perspective. You have several stages, like onboarding, which translates into provisioning some resources. Then you might want to have some kind of migration, either moving the tenant from one region to another. Or, in this case, we wanted to somehow capture the scenario of migrating the tenant from on-premises to the new cloud environment. Also, typically, you have some configuration changes or version changes on the tenant side. And when, unfortunately, you need to offboard the tenant, you might either suspend its subscription or do a complete removal, which will also unprovision those resources. So we will have a closer look on the tenant onboarding. So the customer, the tenant, comes to the website and he will sign up for some subscription plan, let's say. That information will be written into the CRM system. And the CRM needs to conduct several steps in order to onboard the tenant. So it will invoke a workflow. Workflow will orchestrate tasks like creating DNS records, spawning some Kubernetes resources like ingress, service, config maps. And it will also offload tasks like database schema provisioning to the SolidStack. While all this is happening in the workflow, CRM is polling the workflow for its status. And once it finishes, it will notify the customer that his account is ready to use. And onboarding is done. Excellent. So for the workflow piece, we have chosen Argo workflows, as I mentioned previously. And what it basically is, it's a bunch of CRDs in the Kubernetes and a controller that reconciles them. And there is a UI and API layer. And from the tenant perspective, here I got some neat features of Argo workflows, and I will be talking about them later on in more depth, but we'll be looking at supporting passing and storing artifacts. It can handle complex and parallel flows. It has built-in retry and limit mechanism and capabilities to create Kubernetes resources. And also it comes with the Kubernetes native secret handling. So when you want to submit a workflow into Argo workflows, you will create a workflow with capital W. It's a CRD in Kubernetes. And it will create an ephemeral instance of some workflow. But when you want to have that workflow and set it in the cluster as an actual resource, you need to create a workflow template, which is a reusable definition of a workflow. And in that case, it could be invoked directly or be part of another workflow, so you can achieve some kind of composition. Also, it can be versioned and deployed in GitOps way, meaning that it sits in some Git repository, and then you can have Argo CD to manage the lifecycle of those templates. When you are onboarding a tenant, you will want to pass some data to the workflow, like tenant ID. And you can have inputs either like globally available, or you can have, in that case of the workflow template, and you can see that on the right, that you basically saying in this template that your workflow or your task actually requires on input some parameter with a name of template ID, and then you can rely when this task is invoked that someone needs to pass that tenant ID. When you want to pass data between individual steps of a workflow, you can do that by specifying output. So you can have a step in your workflow that generates some, for example, some configuration file, and then have another step that will consume it. And if you want to share the data between workflows, or that data is complex in some way, you can use artifacts for that purpose. You can persist those artifacts in some blob storage, can be S3 bucket, and other blob storages you can imagine, like Minio. And then you can fetch those artifacts. It could be other things as well, like some data sets or binaries. And also it can be used for caching, so you can improve the performance of your workflow. If you have a complex workflow, or you want to maximize the throughput by running tasks in parallel, you could use directed acyclic graph, DAG, to order tasks within the workflow. So on the right side, I have an example how that would look like in Argo workflows notation, and it's basically a diamond. So the workflow starts with the task A. Once it finishes, B and C will run in parallel, and once those two tasks are finished, then the D will be executed. You can also have multiple routes with DAG in Argo workflows. There's the example with A and B on the same level. And also the Argo workflows has built-in mechanism for failing fast. So A and B is executed in parallel, but B fails. That translates to using the fail fast feature that C won't execute. And question for you, what will happen with D? Will it execute or not? Excellent. 1 point there. Okay. Moving on to secrets. So for sure, when you are running a workflow and you are doing some kind of provisioning, you will need a secret to access the database, for example, or call some API. And Argo workflows has the same secret syntax like Kubernetes pod. So we can inject secrets into Argo workflow by specifying some environment variable or use files through volumes. This will also help you to store secrets in some cloud native storage, for example, AWS Secrets Manager, when you kind of have an assurance that that secret is safe because it's encrypted, and you can also leverage capabilities like rotation of those secrets. And Then you can use external secrets controller on the Kubernetes side, which will do the heavy lifting for you, and it will sync the secret from Cloud Native store into Kubernetes secret, and then you can use it as you like. Also, Argo Workflows has a direct support for creating Kubernetes resources. So instead of running some Helm or kubectl within the workflow, you can leverage this built-in mechanism, just specify the task that will either create, delete, apply, or patch Kubernetes resource. In this case, we are creating ingress resource that will be used for ingress path for a tenant. When you create a resource like this using Argo Workflows, it will outlive the workflow itself, so it will stay in the cluster. And if you, for example, are creating some Kubernetes job, you might want to have to be garbage collected once the workflow is deleted, so everything will be cleaned up in that case. And if something goes wrong, there is a built-in mechanism for doing retries in, let's say, clever way, using a backoff mechanism. But you need to make sure that when you are repeating those tasks in the workflow, they are independent, meaning that when you run them again, and if they succeeded or failed in the previous run, if you repeat those, the result will be the same without any side effects. It's really important because otherwise you will be including more errors into your workflow. And also, Argo Workflows can be integrated with outside world. In our case, it was that core CRM system. So you can leverage some REST API for common use cases like creating the workflow, deleting, or polling its status. And it can act in a reactive way using Events API. So you can set up some external webhook that will be called when something happened, and it can trigger some workflow template for you. And for the end of the presentation, I have some hypothetical slide. Let's say, what if this would be a greenfield project? So without any legacy, and we'll be building this on a completely greenfield. In that case, you might replace Argo Workflows with a different technology. That one is called Crossplane. And anyone knows what it is? So Crossplane is basically Terraform within Kubernetes. So you can create some cloud database like AWS RDS by just specifying Kubernetes resource with some proper CRD from the Crossplane. And from that point on, Crossplane will manage this resource lifecycle. So Crossplane basically can serve you as that universal control plane, be Kubernetes native, and you can use it to either create resources or write your own providers, do composition there, and have everything managed from within to Kubernetes. So have the replacement for the CRM system. Cool. So, and that's it, folks. So now over to you, and if you have any questions, I would be real happy to answer them. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And yeah, let's just divide the messages. So we have like nothing in the slide out. So, any questions in the audience?
Am I allowed to ask questions right now? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Anytime.
I was really interested. Yeah, and you've mentioned the fail fast features. Yeah, in Argo Workflows. But I'm interested. Is there any abstract for kind of try, catch, and finally logs like from the box? So, if, for example, you fail in fast somewhere, but you still need to enough resources to get logs and whatever.
Yeah, there is a mechanism. They call it exit handlers. So it's like they are executed at the very end of the workflow, and you can do things like cleanup or even leverage those to send some kind of notification. So yeah, there is concept like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Another question.
I can ask one more.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Let's split it into two. So first, I'm interested. How long does this migration took, and what was in the middle of the migration? So have you like supported two ways like simultaneously via like kind of traffic load balancing, or it was like big bang from like blue green or something?
I will be completely honest with you. That migration is still happening. So the migration plan I showed you, yeah, we are in the process of it. So there could be a separate talk on that topic for sure, but yeah, there are like the general theme is that we are like doing migration in steps. So basically migrating one tenant at a time, because also it means that not every tenant is, let's say, have the same size in terms of the database schema and so on. So there are some critical ones. So yeah, it's a tenant per tenant base migration, not a big bang. And also an interesting fact is that we are planning to run those infrastructures simultaneously. So something will run from the new infrastructure and something will run from the old one.
That was I'm interested. So you plan to load balance the traffic?
Yeah.
Instead of,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's vital. Yeah.
I have one question, if I may. Are you using all the other clouds or just AWS?
We are focusing mostly on AWS because we have a really good relationship there. But we also have few customers that have some workloads in Azure, some of them maybe a GCP.
You mentioned that new tool that you would use if you would be on greenfield deployment. Is it does it have any benefits compared to what AWS provides as their like services for deployment and workflows?
Well, we are building, or the central piece of our work is often Kubernetes. So it's kind of like you have basically the same offering from all those three major cloud providers in terms of Kubernetes. So from that point, it kind of doesn't matter. It's about that, in this case, the customer was already using some AWS services like S3 and some databases. So it was kind of natural to go this way. And as I mentioned here, we can like help the customers to grow in AWS with our partnership with AWS. So.
Yeah, but the tool you mentioned on the last slide, I forgot the name.
Yeah, it was a cross-plane. That's open source thing. It doesn't relate to any cloud provider.
Yes, but like AWS has something which has the same functionality or not? Or what's the benefit of that cross-plane?
Yeah. Well, I think that even like there are operators for Terraform as well, and definitely there are other ways how to achieve the same functionality as a crossplane. I mentioned crossplane specifically because we used it in with other customer on the similar scenario, and it was a better fit than Argo workflows in their case. So that's why I mention it as a basically an alternative to Argo workflows for dynamic tenant provisioning.
How you are managing the releasing of the workflows? If you are developing new versions?
Yeah. So everything is stored in Git, and there is like those workflows will be bundled in a Helm chart basically, and that comes with some versioning on its own. So you can release some Helm release, and you are sure that you are on that version. And we will try to either do a backwards compatible changes, and if not, then we will probably put some versioning in the name of the workflow. So when there will be some kind of like new lifecycle operation, then it will call something different.
Have you tried Argo CD for this?
Yeah. Yeah, we are using that for application deployment.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, if you have this workflow template, which is Kubernetes resource, it can be deployable by Argo CD as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are embracing the GitOps pattern.
That's cool. And all your customers, can they utilize everything that Kubernetes is able to bring them, or is this just a too big solution for some of your customers? So maybe you could utilize like ECS or something similar.
Yeah, we have several, let's say, cases when actually the customer wasn't satisfied with the ECS because it lacked some functionality. So we help them to migrate to Kubernetes. Basically, even if this is a startup and they are building something up from the beginning, we go straight to Kubernetes because it enables you to grow better than than the ECS. You had a question? Yeah, sorry.
On the same cluster, or you have multiple Kubernetes clusters?
Actually, yeah. With this customer, those tenants are across the whole globe. So there are multiple clusters in different regions. But there, in each individual region, there is one production cluster. Because that application is multi-tenant. The multi-tenancy is already built into the application, so we don't need multiple clusters.
One more question about the crossplay. So as far as I got, in scope of your presentation and your design, it may be used instead of Argo CD, CI/CD like workflow, that you need to do something on top of Kubernetes cluster. But also I saw and read some newspapers about it actually be compared to the Terraform to store kind of infrastructure as a code. So for example, if I want to have like my desired state of Kubernetes cluster, can I use this tool to just reconcile this desired state constantly?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, the crossplane basically uses the reconciliation loop that is built into the Kubernetes. So the crossplane also comes with a bunch of CRDs. And so you specify resource for the database, and when that, like, I don't know, it's RDS cluster, let's say, that's the name of the resource. And basically when there is a change in the manifest of this resource, it will, like, Kubernetes will notify the crossplane controller, and the controller will deal with the reconciliation of that, like resource, what should happen, what the change would be.
One other question. In the end, when your customer is like fully migrated into the Kubernetes cluster, are you using the cluster itself for the customer, or is it like a job for you to like migrate them and just like let them go and use it?
It can be both ways. It depends on the customer, and I'm not sure if I can disclose this information for this customer. But we usually the customers like stays with us for long term, and we help them to manage their infrastructure in some way.
So with crossplane, if you keep the configuration in crossplane and you need to do a change, you always have to do with crossplane, and you can't use AWS console anymore. So because if you change something there, the control plane will change it. So
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Terraform. It handles the life cycle of that resource. So if you do that change externally, then on the next run of the cross-plane reconciliation loop, that change would disappear.
But the control plane runs like periodically, or
Yeah,
you have to run
yeah.
it like manually?
No, it runs periodically. Or definitely you can, on the cross-plane level, you can like choose how the cross-plane should behave in that case. Like typically with Terraform, you need to introduce some kind of automation on top of it if you want to have some automatic reconciliation. The same could be achieved with a cross-plane, and I would believe that the default behavior is that the cross-plane reconciles that automatically. But I think you can opt out from that.
Okay, we've got a minute left. Any other questions? If not, then...
Thank you as well.
Nebo po slovensky asi 5-minútová prestávočka pre ďalšiu prezentáciu.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
stealthier,
engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations! Oh my God! I got
Each other.
For our neighbors.
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never gonna get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
Titans of taco trucks.
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, app-aware, and container-granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
Silence, please. Thank you very much. Okay, next presentation by Vladislav from Kasten by VM. And he's going to talk about some sustainable CI/CD, which we can leverage to reduce our cost on top of our Kubernetes clusters. So go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Nice to meet you all. Yeah, my name is Vlad. I'm really excited to be here. So my presentation is about how to save money when you have this CI/CD on top of Kubernetes cluster. So firstly, you think that it's really fancy, so on. Let's deploy 1, deploy 2, deploy 3, whatever, deploy 1,000. And how I click it? Oh, blah, blah, blah. It's not clickable. Yep. Oh yeah. So first of all, disclaimers. So. This presentation, unfortunately, doesn't contain any images and memes generated by AI. Sorry, I didn't do that. Yep, I wanted to stay some kind of out of the crowd, and I ended up with myself drawing memes. So here I am. I did my best. So yeah, hope you will enjoy it. So the question: why are you here? First answers will be to be prepared to build cost-efficient CI/CD from scratch. And it will be smart answer. It will be good to be prepared. But most likely, many people may be here to try to find a way to optimize the existing Frankenstein. And when we need to optimize it, what will be the first signs of fire here? So the question from your budget owner, why we're spending XXX bucks. So who are the clusters, Kubernetes clusters owners and resources owners? Periodically, you're getting tickets by quota foo exceeded on your GCP or in your AWS or whatever. And you need to adjust this quota to just blindly bump it up, or what you need to do. Is it safe to delete some Kubernetes clusters or its resources, or are you afraid to just broke something very important demo environment? And why clusters and resources running are so long? So going to our firefighter tools. So going from high-level abstractions to probably low-level abstractions. As for high-level, it's rules, policies, quota limitations, and then going to more like technical things. It's all about garbage collection, clusters tuning, and test tuning. So let's try. But before we start, I really recommend to do kind of divide and conquer thingies for your target audience. So I really recommend to determine what environments and for whom you need to have. Like, for example, simplest questions will be one area for CI/CD, one area for development, one area for sales and demo. And I really recommend you to split all of these areas by dedicated tenants, projects, accounts, whatever you're using, like cloud provider. And ideally, if those abstracts also have like its own supports quotas and bug features. Why we need to do so? So the main thing is to avoid resource fight in between target audiences when you, for example, developers clusters or demo clusters starting to abuse your CI/CD or vice versa. It's also extremely useful when you will apply different garbage collection scenarios to different tenants. And for sure, apply different rules and policies. So, yep, let's start our firefight. As for, we will start from rules and policies and quota limitations first. So, simply saying, yeah, maybe. So, we may agree with people, yeah, that to this tenant we will apply rules A, rules B, and rules C. It's soft rules. It may be followed by people, may be not followed by people, by human mistake or whatever. Here may help us really like hard thing is like quota limitations on top of cloud vendors, cloud providers. Yeah, one thing I need to mention here it's prevent blind quotas adjustment. When you get a ticket that quota is exceeded, do not just adjust it and forget. Every quota exceeded problem, it's a signal to revisit rules and the garbage collection policies. And yeah, about tagging resources, for sure, somebody may say that, yeah, why we need like dedicated tenants, accounts, and projects? We may use like tags for all resources. But unfortunately, according to my experience, not all cloud providers, vendors provide really good things related to tagging, really good operations. So in some cloud providers, tagging is not atomic operation, and there will be was the situations when you created an object, but tag unfortunately hadn't been assigned, and so on, and it caused troubles. So from my point of view, it's better to use a dedicated tenants, objects, tenants, accounts, whatever, to separating the target audiences. Okay, then we may go to the garbage collection. So what is garbage collection? It may be in-house tooling. It may be open source tooling like AWS, Nuke, etc. So as for usage, it's a dedicated tooling that may be used as a backup way in case of default cleanup mechanism failure, or as a tool to enforce your cluster time-to-live rules, your agreements, and so on, to keep your environment clean and to keep your spending low, to prevent any garbage that really like burn your money. As for algorithm, so core or of this thing is to declare garbage collection markers. From my point of view, it's most important things here just to trying to find out the identifiers that help you to say that this is a garbage, this is going to be deleted, and this is not going to be deleted. And you need to declare these markers really wisely. And then we go like to simple things like, yep, to collect garbage collection candidates and delete garbage collection candidates. So as for garbage collection scenarios, I will try to explain based on examples for CI/CD account and developers account, for example. Yep, I wanted to mention one more time how extremely helpful is to use a separate dedicated tenants account. So why we need it here? Because, for example, for CI/CD account, garbage collection markers may be relatively simple. We actually may use only like one marker here, like older than 24 hours or something. That means that all your pipelines are passed, all your nightly pipelines, daily pipelines are passed. If something's still left, we may treat it as a garbage, and we may start to collect those resources and then to delete using open source tooling or stream. With developer account, it's a little bit more tricky. My recommendation here is to determine kind of workload behavioral cases that can be tracked via vendor APIs, plus your agreements from your policy that you agreed. So how it may work, so for example, if you're a kind of product company, if you're deploying Kubernetes clusters and deploy some applications using like Helm or whatever, and you are 100% sure that your application may have like a specific amount of PVC, specific amount of Kubernetes services, and so on. Some services may be exposed. Exposure usually means like load balancing. So then, using Cloud Vendor API, you may collect the information related to load balancers, volumes matched by PVCs, amount of nodes, resource tagging, and that may help you to identify that, for example, this environment is already corrupted or faulted, plus it's 1 week past. So that usually means that some developer did it, then something broken, he tried maybe to delete it, but he failed, and so on, and this environment is hanging. So, yep. And then we go crossing the border and going to collect our candidates and delete our candidates. So as for CI/CD account, we may do it like both ways, asynchronously. I mean, while other pipelines running, you may run this garbage collection pipeline with your own tooling. Yep, that will identify like all resources older than 24 hours and just delete them. If you have some shared resources, for sure, in scope of pipelines, since you're really aware about every pipeline, you may use an abstract in form of like special pipelines that will use a lock and that will block other pipelines executions until it do like full cleanup. As for developer account, it's more like asynchronous thing, yes, yeah, because we don't want to bother our developments or sales engineers and so on. So, going further, trying our best. It's all about cluster tuning and test tuning. So what about test tuning? So usually we may represent it as a triangle that have like 3 edges, like CI/CD speed, test coverage, and low cost, what we're interested here. And in fact, all of us wanted to get all 3, but in reality, it's really hard to achieve all 3. Usually you go with like 2. So if you go with CI/CD speed and good coverage, you probably will not achieve the low cost, and so on and so far. But we can try. And what instruments can help us here? Firstly, I want to start from kind of fundamental questions. So, do you really need to use staging Kubernetes clusters? When I mean staging, I mean permanently deployed Kubernetes clusters when you're running all tests. Or it will be better for you to go with on-demand Kubernetes clusters per test and so on and so far. So, advantages and disadvantages. Staging cluster. It may be faster because, yeah, you don't need to spend the time on cluster deployment, cluster configuration, and so on. It can save you money if your test framework supports running multiple tests in the same cluster. So, in some flows, it may be workable. In some flows, maybe not. As for disadvantages, it has really high chance to be underutilized. If it's underutilized, you're losing your money. It's hard to update configurations without blocking the pipelines, yeah, because if cluster is long running, garbage entropy increases, and plus there's really high risk, so if something goes wrong, you're blocking pipelines, you're losing money also. And you also need to do some kind of extra steps to clean up environment inside cluster. As for on-demand cluster, biggest advantages, it's a clean customer-like setup, less chance to get test results corruption. It's cheaper, you pay as you go, you're running tests, you pay. You're not running tests, you're not paying. If you wanted to try new configuration, probably new customer-like setup, new vendor, and so on, just new configuration, try with new deploy. Yeah, so it will probably, most likely, not block the other pipeline's execution. But it requires cleanup and garbage collection mechanisms, like improvement mechanism, to actually clean up these clusters if something went wrong. And it takes extra time needed to deploy. So, is there any chance to kind of accumulate advantages of both, but reduce the disadvantages here? My suggestion is to decompose like test framework tuning, decompose your test framework. So, for example, for end-to-end tests, when you may test like customer-facing feature, black box, shortest success scenario, and you also may use an end-to-end test like different vendors, CNI, CRI specifications, dependencies. For end-to-end, you may use on-demand clusters and run it on a daily and a nightly basis. That way, we eliminate extra time needed for deploy, because on nightly we also like really don't care about time, really don't care much about time, let's say so, because we are just sleeping, I hope. And yep, you're getting all of these advantages. And as for component integration tests, you may cover for sure like extra negative cases, white box cases, and for this case, when per commit you need to have it must have. I would recommend to use staging clusters because, yep, since you have many developers, I assume, in your company, you have really fast pull request, change request, like bombing, post-merge action. And then here we may achieve like really proper utilization of this cluster. So they will eliminate the disadvantage of chance to be underutilized and achieving the advantages for sure. So that may help us to improve our CI/CD test process and reduce cost as well. And last but not least, it's cluster tuning. So for sure, there is many more things that may sound like obvious here and so on. So there are many more tuners. I just wanted to highlight here some ones, and I wanted to highlight like probably hidden trade-offs, hidden drawbacks that you may not think about, but it's worth to think about it because it may lead to hidden increased spendings. So, for example, if you decided to decrease like control plane nodes amount, so you don't care, you may go with only one control plane node, you need to make sure that your test framework really like respect Kubernetes API outage. Because if no, you may got like flaky pipelines, fails due API call to Kubernetes service API call, time outage, and so on, and that cause rerunning pipelines, that cause extra costs, extra cluster deployment, or time consuming, and so on. The same, more or less the same, like for decreasing worker nodes amount and revisiting instance types. When you're doing it, please make sure that your workload respect pod request and limits, because otherwise it may be chance if you don't have enough nodes to reschedule your pod, or if your instance types, also like really like a little bit lower than expected, you may start to face with insufficient resource issues, especially if your workload have kind of activity spikes, if you're running kind of some non-trivial test frameworks and so on. So that may cause like also flaky pipelines. You will troubleshoot it, identify that it's insufficient issue, but you will like say, oh, okay, I will try to retry it one more time, and it's passing, and now you will running 2 pipelines one by one instead of one. And it also leads to hidden increase in spendings. What else here? As for cluster tuning, spot instances, after upgrade, after repair, after scaling, all of this, after things, it sounds really impressive. Yep, cool. But for example, on the, based on my GCP experience, all of this after upgrade, after repair things leads to periodical pod migrations, your workload pod migrations, and you need to keep in mind that your workload it's actually like highly available or fault tolerant. Otherwise, you need to make sure that during test execution, pods of your workload may be migrated and you are getting temporary workload outage. That also lead to the same thing is retry and increase in spendings. Also, extra notes about spot instances. So according to the latest news, unfortunately, during all of this economic crisis and something, at least for AWS experience, so using spot instances is not really like can save you a big amount of money. So it's getting closer to basic instances. For sure, it's using reserved types for like staging clusters is still cheaper, yeah. But on-demand versus spot, you need to think twice. So my recommendations here is, always revisit these spot instances policies. So probably it's really not worth it. And one note about GCP and after upgrade, after repair. It really like on our pipelines caused 10% failures related to these pod migrations because one of our workloads that we wanted to test, it was not like highly available. And every 10th build just failed because during our front-end end-to-end test or back-end test, we're just getting temporary outage and we have timeout issues. So, shortly that was it. Looks like I was pretty fast, I believe. So thank you for your attention. Any questions? Cool.
Any question in the audience?
Yes, I don't know. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Ďalšia prednáška o 11:00.
I was really excited. I was excited with this.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
we can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations! Oh my God! Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never gonna get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, app-aware, and container-granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Oh my God!
Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, app-aware, and container-granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker.
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Oh my God. Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never gonna get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, Appleware, and container granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
asi môžeme začať. A ja musím teda na úvod rovno povedať ešte skôr, ako sa predstavím, že ma teší, že sme sa tu nazbierali v takomto počte, aký vás tu vidím, lebo hoci to možno nevyzerá úplne optimisticky na prvý pohľad, tak vyzerá to oveľa optimistickejšie ako pred 5 minútami, keď som sa obávala, že sa tu budem rozprávať sama so sebou. Takže veľmi pekne vás tu vítam po tejto prestávke. Viem, že už sa určite veľmi tešíte na obed, ale verím, že to tu so mnou ešte tých pár minút zvládnete. A vy už rovno vidíte na tejto obrazovke aj názov toho, o čom dnes budem rozprávať. Ale predtým vám poviem ešte jedno priznanie. Keď som si čítala popis tohto podujatia, keď som aj počula nejakých zopár prednášok alebo zopár viec prednášok, tak to, o čom ste tu počúvali a o čom sa tu hovorilo, je pre mňa úplná španielská dedina. A potom ale organizátori ubezpečili, že to je v pohode, lebo že pre väčšinu populácie je to španielská dedina. A možno si tým pádom kladiete otázku, že čo tu vlastne robím. A hoci teda by som sa neoznačila za človeka, ktorý úplne pracuje v IT oblasti, tak minimálne ja a organizácia, v ktorej pôsobím, sa určitým spôsobom týchto tém dotýkame. A aj to sa dozviete v nasledujúcich minútach, že ako a prečo je to dôležité aj celkovo v kontexte našej spoločnosti. Vidíte tu taký pojem, že digitálny občan. A to bude taká základná vec, o ktorej sa budeme rozprávať. Ale najprv vám predstavím inú občianku. A to teda seba. Vidíte ma tu aj tu. Som Natália Babicová a prichádzam za vami z organizácie DigiQ, alebo Digitálna inteligencia. Naša organizácia vznikla v roku 2016 a tak nejako sa pomaly rokom a rokom rozrastáme a takou našou hlavnou úlohou je to, že sa snažíme robiť osvetu a vzdelávať v oblasti digitálneho občianstva, mediálnej gramotnosti a takisto aj bezpečnosti na internete. Pôsobí nás v organizácii asi tak do 10 ľudí, ale náš tým takým zaujímavým spôsobom aj rozširujeme o takých mladých digitálnych občanov. O tom sa dozviete ale ešte v rámci nášho dnešného stretnutia. A ja chodím často aj do škôl, ale nie do takých škôl, ako je táto, ale do takých škôl základných a stredných. A tam sa zvyknem deti pýtať, že kto je človek, ktorý je digitálne inteligentný. A väčšinou mi popisujú, že je to človek ako ste vy, čiže taký technicky zručný a vie programovať a vie hackovať a všetky takéto tie záležitosti mi deti vymenujú. A ja im vtedy poviem, že čiastočne majú pravdu, ale digitálne inteligentným človekom môže byť aj ten, ktorý tie technické zručnosti nemá, ale je to taký človek, ktorý sa vie bezpečne, zodpovedne a hlavne uvedomelo správať v podstate v online priestore. A toto sa nejako snažíme robiť, aby takých uvedomelých občanov a digitálne inteligentných ľudí bolo stále viac a viac. Trošku sa teraz presunieme opäť na základnú školu, na hodinu občianskej nauky. A možno nespomínate dobre na tieto hodiny, pretože často to bolo skôr nejaké praktickosti, asi o poučkách a podobne. A padla tam aj taká definícia, že kto je občan. Tak teraz skúste tak trošku zaloviť vo vašich hlavách, že či si ešte pamätáte, ako nejaká tá definícia občana vyzerala. Vidím také mierne úsmevy na vašich tvárach. Ani ja si nepamätám. A tiež som si to musela tak trochu vygoogliť. Máme tu takú náročnejšiu definíciu, že štátne občianstvo je možné definovať ako trvalý politicko-právny zväzok medzi fyzickou osobou a štátom a tak ďalej a tak ďalej. Ale myslím, že keby každý to chcel povedať vlastnými slovami, tak veľmi ľahko vlastne vysvetlí, že patríme v podstate do občianstva nejakej krajiny, ale zároveň sme občanom aj celej tejto našej planéty a z toho nám vyplývajú nejaké práva a povinnosti. A ono je niekedy možno náročné v tých našich právach a povinnostiach sa zorientovať, pretože tých zákonov a všetkého možného je naozaj mnoho. A aby sme to mali ešte trošku komplikovanejšie, tak okrem toho, že sme bežným občanom, tak sme ešte aj digitálnym občanom. A na túto poučku si nezaspomínate z 8. triedy základnej školy, pretože všetci z nás, keď sme boli v tej 8. triede alebo približne nejako v tom veku dospievania, tak poučky k tomuto pojmu veľmi neexistovali. Aj teraz sa v podstate ešte len nejakým spôsobom formujú. A keby sme sa rozprávali o takých 30 rokoch dozadu, pretože pred 31 rokmi prišiel na Slovensko internet, teraz vo februári sme vlastne oslavovali 31 rokov, čo ho tu medzi nami na Slovensku máme. Tak vtedy sme vhúpli zrazu do nejakého online prostredia bez toho, aby sme poznali nejaké pravidlá alebo zásady, ako to v tom online prostredí vlastne celé funguje. No a tak sa potom vedci začali zamýšľať nad tým, že či by sme si to nemali nejako definovať, či by sme sa nad tým nemali nejako zamyslieť. A trvalo to len krátkych zhruba 15 rokov, kým vymysleli definíciu aj na pojem digitálny občan. Keby sme sa pozreli na tú prvotnú definíciu, tá vznikla okolo roku 2008, alebo teda v roku 2008 sa už potom nejako jasne vyštruktúrovala. A hovorila hlavne o takých akoby technických zručnostiach, že digitálny občan má pravidelný prístup k internetu, zvyčajne doma, to už sa medzičasom trochu zmenilo, má technické zručnosti a vie vlastne vykonávať úlohy, vie vyhľadávať informácie a podobne. No ale časom sa teda prišlo na to, že to digitálne občianstvo je o čosi komplexnejšie a v roku 2011 sa táto definícia rozšírila aj o to, že digitálny občan by sa mal aj aktívne zapájať do takého spoločenského diania. No a ono sa to vlastne formovalo nielen preto, že teda prišiel internet ako taký, ale postupom času, hlavne vtedy, keď prišli sociálne siete, pretože to bol pre nás ešte viac neprebádaný svet ako ten samotný online priestor. Možno teraz vám dám tiež takú otázku, ale len na zamyslenie môžete si zatipovať, ak radi tipujete, tak o chvíľočku zistíme, že či váš tip bol správny. Asi mi dáte za pravdu, že takou jednou z najprelomovejších sociálnych sietí bol Facebook. Už aj predtým sme poznali nejaké sociálne siete, či na globálnej, alebo iba na nejakej slovenskej úrovni. Ale skúste si tak porozmýšľať, že koľko tu medzi nami ten Facebook máme. Dobre, počujem už nejaké šuškanie, šepkanie. Ešte vám dám trochu na premyslenie. A teraz vám poviem odpoveď. Odpoveď je taká, že Facebook vznikol v roku 2004. A opäť, keď chodím do škôl, pýtam sa detí, viete, ten Facebook, to on je už taký starý. Kedy asi vznikol? A povedia mi, tak 2016. Lebo oni vnímajú ten čas trošku inak a hlavne je to pre nich dôchodcovská sociálna sieť. Ale zároveň si nevedia predstaviť, že existoval svet bez sociálnych sietí. A to digitálne občianstvo práve s prostredím sociálnych sietí veľmi súvisí. A to práve preto, že kým sme sociálne siete nepoužívali, tak naozaj nám stačili nejaké tie technické zručnosti, ale zrazu na sociálnych sieťach sme začali prichádzať do interakcie s ľuďmi. Začali sme prichádzať možno aj do väčšej interakcie s informáciami. Zrazu každý dostal možnosť, aj ten, kto nemal tie technické zručnosti, dostal možnosť, aby uverejňoval nejaké svoje príspevky, aby zdieľal veci zo svojho súkromia. Dovtedy nebolo veľkou výzvou alebo otázkou, že čo zdieľať alebo čo nezdieľať, lebo ak ste nemali vlastný blog, tak to veľmi nebolo kde zdieľať. No a tie sociálne siete teda nám priniesli aj mnoho víziev. O chvíľočku si povieme, že či sme ich zvládli alebo nezvládli, ale samozrejme, že ako museli nejakým spôsobom reagovať zákony na celú túto situáciu, tak museli na to reagovať aj samotné sociálne siete. Začali rozširovať svoje pravidlá komunity. To asi všetci viete, že teda každá sociálna sieť má nejaké svoje pravidlá komunity. Zväčša je to asi 10 takých základných bodov. A mali by sme ich poznať všetci, a to z jedného dôvodu, že ak máte nejakú sociálnu sieť, čo by som povedala, že vo väčšine prípadov asi nejakú máte, tak ste odklikli, že s nimi súhlasíte. A teraz opäť dávam takú básnickú otázku, rečnícku, že či ste si čítali tie pravidlá komunity. Aha, vidím páni tuto v 4. rade, že podrobne to prečítal. Jeden z mála. Väčšinou, keď sa to pýtam na prezentáciách, takže čo, aké pravidlá komunity, naozaj nečítal som to, neviem ani kde sa nachádzajú. Ale keby sme si ich prečítali, tak by sme zistili, že tam je napríklad spomenuté to, že nemôžeme predávať nelegálne tovary na sociálnych sieťach, čo nám možno dáva taký zmysel, lebo je to protizákonné aj v offline prostredí. Ale dozvedeli by sme sa tam napríklad aj to, že je proti pravidlám komunity, ak zdieľame hoaxy a dezinformácie. Alebo by sme sa dozvedeli to, že je zakázané na sociálnych sieťach napríklad prezentovať nezdravé návyky v stravovaní. Alebo by sme sa dozvedeli, že kyberšikanovanie je na pôde sociálnych sietí podľa pravidiel komunity taktiež zakázané. A teraz, ak teda občas na tie sociálne siete chodíte, tak asi vám napadá otázka, že to mi nejak nevychádza, lebo tie veci sú síce nejako stanovené, alebo niektoré veci sú zakázané, ale aj napriek tomu ich na sociálnych sieťach vidíme. Na papieri nám teda vec existuje. Máme aj nejaké zákony, ktoré samozrejme ale treba ešte posilňovať a musím povedať, že teda v posledných rokoch sa posilňujú či na úrovni národnej alebo celoeurópskej. A aby boli také silnejšie páky na sociálne siete. Napríklad spomeniem za mnohé zákon, ktorý prešiel v Európskej únii v novembri minulého roka a ten sa volá Akt o digitálnych službách a hovorí práve o tom, že sociálne siete by mali byť transparentnejšie. V prvom rade musia verejne deklarovať, že koľko používateľov vlastne majú, aby sme mali prehľad, že koľko na aké veľké publikum vlastne cieľia. Ale potom, čo je také podstatnejšie, že ponovom by mali byť sociálne siete transparentnejšie v tom, ako fungujú ich algoritmy. A neviem, že koľký z vás tu používate. O Facebooku možno teraz už hovoriť nebudem, ale dotknem sa napríklad Instagramu alebo TikToku, ktoré sú orientované tieto sociálne siete hlavne na mladých a malých ľudí. A tam sa s nami tie algoritmy zahrávajú trošku viac, pretože samozrejme sú to novšie sociálne siete a tie technológie už majú vymakanejšie. A my momentálne vlastne nevieme vôbec, ako sú tie algoritmy nastavené a práve na základe tohto aktu o digitálnych službách by tie sociálne siete, síce asi rozumiete, prečo to nezverejňujú, aj pretože je to nejaké ich know-how, ale na druhej strane musia dodržiavať aj nejaké zákony a budú musieť byť v tejto oblasti trošku transparentnejší a malo by to vyzerať tak, že každý používateľ by mal mať vysvetlené, že prečo mu je napríklad ponúkané nejaké video, ktoré mu je ponúkané. No a to je teda jedna strana, sociálne siete. Potom som trošku spomenula okrajovo aj štát, ktorý určite zodpovedá a hrá nejakú rolu v digitálnom občianstve, ale ako inak sme za to všetko a za celé to naše žitie v online prostredí zodpovední aj my sami. A teraz prichádza taká otázka, opäť si môžete zatipovať, či to zvládame alebo nezvládame ako spoločnosť. A nehovorím teraz o nejakých technických zručnostiach, pretože prirodzene mladšia generácia už s nejakými tými technickými zručnosťami, tam sa o tom ani nemusíme rozprávať, dáte dieťaťu malému do ruky tablet alebo telefón a hneď vie, ako ho používať. My ich nazývame aj takými digitálnymi domorodcami. Ale môžeme sa trošku možno porozprávať o tých iných oblastiach. Či už o nejakom kritickom myslení, alebo o tom, ako sa správame alebo nesprávame na sociálnych sieťach. Či sme nenávisní, alebo sme, keď nie láskaví, tak aspoň taký neutrálni voči iným ľuďom. Alebo ako často sa stávame aj obeťou nejakých útokov kybernetických alebo útokov rôznych podvodníkov. Tak sa poďme pozrieť najprv na tú oblasť kritického myslenia. Asi vás neprekvapím touto štatistikou, že každý druhý Slovák verí konšpiráciám. Aby som bola presná, tak 56% ľudí na Slovensku verí konšpiráciám. Tento prieskum nedávno priniesol Globsec a teda nie je to nič pozitívne, čo nám potvrdí aj toto ďalšie číslo. Slováci spomedzi krajín V4 najviac verili hoaxom o koronavíruse. A 52% Slovákov verí, že svet riadia tajné elity. Takže takto sme na tom asi z hľadiska toho kritického myslenia. A keď hovoríme o kritickom myslení, tak ruka v ruke s tým celým idú práve aj tie nenávisné prejavy, ktoré som už tak trochu načrtla. Skúsme si v realite predstaviť, samozrejme, že sú nejakí ľudia, ktorí sú nenávisní aj v offline prostredí a sú schopní niekomu vynadať, ale keby sme to porovnali s tým prostredím sociálnych sietí alebo online sveta, tak to percento v realite by bolo oveľa nižšie. Pozrime sa len veľmi málo do minulosti, už nepôjdeme do tých 90. rokov, pôjdeme len také 3 roky dozadu, keď počet nenávisných prejavov, a to aj počas pandemickej krízy aj vojny, výrazne stúpol. No a možno sa môžeme zamyslieť nad tým, že prečo to vlastne tak je. A asi viete, že zažívame za tým počítačom alebo za telefónom aj taký pocit anonymity. Že si možno dovolíme viac, ako by sme si dovolili v tom reálnom svete. A keď už tu hovorím teda o nejakých tých pojmoch, tak spomeniem aj disinhibičný efekt, ktorý psychológia práve definuje ako to, že za počítačom strácame zábrany a neuvedomujeme si, že na tej druhej strane obrazovky je vlastne rovnaký človek, ako sme my. Takže to, čo by sme mu napísali, by sme mu v reálnom svete väčšinou nepovedali. No a prečo počas pandemickej krízy a počas vojny? Tak ja som spomínala, že to veľmi súvisí celé aj s hoaxami a dezinformáciami, kde sa ľudia delia samozrejme na niekoľko pólov a tá spoločnosť je celkovo polarizovaná a tým pádom tam dochádza prirodzene ku nejakým konfliktom. A my tie konflikty asi nie sme úplne pripravení zvládať s chladnou hlavou a práve preto sa nám tie nenávistné prejavy šíria. Ale čo ešte ďalšia vec, tak v minulosti sme nezažívali, aspoň teda v našom živote, nás všetkých, ktorí tu teraz sedíme, alebo vás, ktorí sa pozeráte na nás domu, sme nezažili krízy ako pandémia alebo napríklad vojna. A samozrejme, že v kritických situáciách a v krízových situáciách sa správame inak, ako sa správame za bežných okolností. To súvisí práve s tými hoaxami alebo aj s nenávistnými prejavmi, pretože cieľom ľudí, ktorí hoaxy tvoria alebo šíria, je práve vzbudiť v ľuďoch paniku. No a keď ste v panike a zažívate tieto kritické situácie a niekto vám ešte tú paniku umocňuje, tak to môže dopadnúť aj takto, ako som práve ukázala na týchto číslach. Poďme sa ale pozrieť trošku ešte na inú oblasť. Tu už to vidíme trošku aj tak finančne kvantifikované, že to digitálne občianstvo, alebo keď nie sme dostatočne digitálne inteligentní, alebo nie sme dostatočne možno len opatrní, tak nám to môže poškodiť aj po finančnej stránke a v Lani podvodníci obrali seniorov o 2 milióny eur. Je to neskutočne obrovské číslo a z roka na rok to stúpa. A hoci ja si myslím, že sa stále hovorí o tom viac a viac o týchto podvodoch. Každý deň takmer čítame, ako nejaký senior bol okradnutý o nejaké peniaze. A je našou veľkou výzvou ako spoločnosti práve aj to, aby sme nezabudali aj na starších ľudí. Samozrejme, prioritne aj v našej organizácii sa napríklad venujeme rozvoju a osvete medzi mladými ľuďmi a medzi deťmi. Ale občas zabúda práve na túto skupinu seniorov, ktorí to majú ešte ťažšie ako my v tom online prostredí, pretože vhúpli naozaj že do niečoho, čo im je veľmi neznáme. My sme sa dostali do toho sveta online prostredia možno v období nejakého dospievania, ale oni naozaj už mali celý svoj život nejakým spôsobom odžitý úplne iným spôsobom a zrazu ich pustil niekto do sveta, kde naozaj nevedia, že nie každému sa dá veriť, alebo nie každej informácii sa dá veriť. No a ešte poslednú takú štatistiku, ktorú tu pre vás mám, je to, že skúsenosť s bezpečnostnými hrozbami na internete má každý druhý Slovák. A teda aj ja, ktorá sa venujem bezpečnosti na internete, som sa stretla napríklad s tým, že mi bol hacknutý účet na Facebooku asi 4 roky dozadu. Na jednej strane musím povedať, že takých 20% tam bola možno moja nezodpovednosť, ale tie zvyšné percentá tam boli naozaj to, že tie útoky sú v súčasnosti už veľmi prepracované a obeťou sa v podstate môže stať hocikto. Aj ten, kto má vymakané heslo, aj ten, kto má dvojstupňové overenie. A dostať sa potom naspäť napríklad k tomu svojmu účtu nie je vôbec jednoduché. Existujú nejaké mechanizmy, ktoré síce sociálna sieť ponúka, ale väčšinou, keď sa na tú podporu obrátite, tak tá odpoveď vás nepoteší alebo vôbec nepríde, pretože dostať sa naozaj naspäť k tomu svojmu účtu je náročné. No poďme to rozlúsknuť, poďme tu vyriešiť tento veľký problém v tejto komornej atmosfére. Ako sa priblížiť k digitálnemu občianstvu? No samozrejme, ja som spomínala, že tých zložiek je viac. Musia nejakým spôsobom zasiahnuť sociálne siete, ale tak kto by chcel nejako pritvrďovať a komplikovať pravidla používania, ak si chce udržať všetkých tých používateľov, ktorých tam má. Potom tu máme tú stranu štátu, a teda tých, ktorí môžu tvoriť nejaké tie politiky alebo nejaké tie zákony, ktorými sa môžeme zaoberať, alebo teda ktorými sa môžeme riadiť, ale spomínala som, že len vytvorenie definície digitálneho občianstva trvalo takmer 15 rokov. Máme napríklad od roku 2021, ak sa nemýlim od júla, definované v zákone, čo je to kyberšikanovanie. Prvý prípad kyberšikanovania vo svete bol v roku 2002, takže opäť to trvalo iba 20 rokov, aby sa nám toto dostalo do zákonov. A ostáva nám teda tá nejaká naša vlastná zodpovednosť. Ale opäť je to niečo, čo sme sa v tej škole nejako neučili. A tým pádom to bude ostávať na nás, alebo to napríklad ostáva na nejakých organizáciách, pretože sa pozrieme aj na to, ako to je momentálne nastavené napríklad v rámci nejakých školských osnov a podobne. No opäť sa môžeme vrátiť v spomienkach do našich školských čias že či ste sa stretli teda s tým pojmom digitálne občianstvo, to teda pravdepodobne nie, či ste sa stretli s bezpečnosťou na internete, alebo či ste sa stretli s mediálnou gramotnosťou. No okrajovo pravdepodobne áno, ale momentálne sú len dva spôsoby, alebo dva predmety, v rámci ktorých sa môžete o tejto téme dozvedieť. A jedným je informatika. A to asi viete, že tam sme sa venovali trošku iným témam ako tej bezpečnosti. Možno nejaká 1 hodina za školský rok sa oprela aj o tú bezpečnosť, ale stále nám tam chýba napríklad tá mediálna gramotnosť alebo iné oblasti zodpovedného používania digitálnych technológií. No a potom tu máme mediálnu výchovu, to znie super, že máme takýto predmet, no hneď za tým prichádza sklamanie, pretože mediálna výchova je len prierezovou témou, a to znamená, že ju vlastne učiteľ môže zakomponovať do výučby v rámci nejakého iného predmetu. Najčastejšie to býva práve v rámci informatiky alebo napríklad slovenského jazyka. A môže potom prísť na rad neformálne vzdelávanie. To si môže buď žiak vyhľadať sám, ale asi mi dáte za pravdu, že teda základoškoláci si úplne nebudú vyhľadávať sami nejaké dostupné organizácie, ktoré učia bezpečnosť na internete, či digitálne občianstvo alebo mediálnu gramotnosť. Tak my sme sa trochu rozhodli, že pôjdeme my za nimi. A konkrétne to bolo napríklad s programom Cyber for Kids, ktorý iba tak v krátkosti zhrniem alebo opíšem. No ono to vzniklo veľmi organicky, veľmi prirodzene, pretože riaditeľka našej organizácie Andrea Cox bola na jednej konferencii také ohľadom vzdelávania a stretla sa tam s riaditeľom jednej komerčnej spoločnosti. A tak nejako sa rozprávali, že mohli by sme ísť niekedy spolu do nejakej školy, niečo odučiť, keď bude napríklad Deň bezpečného internetu. Pre tých z vás, ktorí nevedia, tak to býva vždy 2. útorok február. Nebýva to fixný termín, ale je to vždy každý rok inak. No tak išli a vravia si, a mohli by sme to nejako tak skúsiť, že raz za mesiac by sme chodili. Ale potom trošku sme narazili na problém, že chuť a vôľa by bola, ale nejsou lidi. A vtedy sme sa začali teda zamýšľať nad tým, že ako tých ľudí, ako tých lektorov vlastne nejakým spôsobom prilákať. A vymysleli sme práve vtedy takú spoluprácu s touto spoločnosťou, že oni nám v rámci svojich CSR aktivít budú poskytovať svojich zamestnancov ako takú podporu na tieto naše aktivity. A tak začali ľudia z tejto súkromnej spoločnosti chodiť s nami školiť. To bolo v roku 2018. Cyber for Kids stále funguje a existuje. A zaoberáme sa tam témami ako sociálne siete, dezinformácia, hoaxy, ochrana osobných údajov, hackery, kyberšikanovanie, ako na digi učenie. Toto je jedna taká vec, ktorú nám priniesla pandémia, pretože zrazu sme zistili, že je trošku problém s tým, aby sa deti dostávali k nejakým vzdelávacím materiálom, alebo ako sa vlastne učiť v digitálnej dobe, alebo v období, keď sedíme doma. Takže toto je také zatiaľ téma, ktorú sme na chvíľočku vypustili a verím, že sa nebudeme musieť k nej tak skoro vrátiť, ale mali sme ju medzi našimi témami. Máme tam aj kritické myslenie, také základné zručnosti, ale potom aj vytváranie návykov v kritickom myslení. No, možno vás prekvapí, že kritické myslenie si vyžiadalo až dva okruhy alebo dve také témy, ale je to naozaj téma komplexná a preto sme sa rozhodli takto aj rozšíriť. Potom tam máme gaming a musím teda povedať, že niektoré z týchto tém, napríklad aj ten gaming, je mne niečo vzdialené a práve tam ako keby prichádzame na ten prínos, ktoré nám práve tie technologické spoločnosti prinášajú. No a potom by som povedala, že vzniklo to organicky a rozširovalo sa to ústnym podaním. Pretože prišli sme do nejakej školy a dieťa povedalo doma, mali sme taký program a toto. A zrazu sa nám začali ozývať ďalšie technologické spoločnosti, ktorí chceli tiež takýmto podobným spôsobom s nami spolupracovať. A tí ľudia hovorili, my sme chodili 15 rokov, alebo vlastne aj viac, 19 rokov do slovenských škôl ako študenti a chceli by sme to teraz trošku oplatiť a trošku vrátiť. A vidíme teda aj obrovské nadšenie, aj vlastne takú chuť, aj také odhodlanie, pretože tí ľudia to robia viac menej vo svojom voľnom čase, teda robia to v pracovnom čase ako dobrovoľníckú činnosť, ale oni si všetky tie veci, ktoré nestihnú spraviť za ten čas, kým sú v školách, musia odmakať, takže si to nesmierne vážime a táto ľudská sila je pre nás ako keby taká najprínosnejšia. No a poďme trošku k číslam. Hovorila som, že fungujeme od roku 2018 a zatiaľ sa nám podarilo vyškoliť takmer 5000 detí. No buď budete otvárať oči, že ako veľa, alebo otvárať oči, že ako málo. A ak si hovoríte, že ako málo, tak vysvetlím, že prečo by to nemohlo byť napríklad 10 000 alebo 15 000 detí. Je to kvôli tomu, že my ak ideme na školu, či už na základnú alebo na strednú, tak tie deti nedostanú od nás jednu 45-minútovú hodinu, ale dostanú vlastne 4-hodinovku komplexnú, zloženú z viacerých tém. A niekedy sa do tých škôl ešte aj vraciame. A musím teda povedať, že nepohybujeme sa len v Bratislave alebo v Bratislavskom kraji, ale vďaka Cyber for Kids som napríklad bola v Lisej pod Makitou, alebo v Kabušanoch pri Prešove, alebo v Podbrezovej, Predajnej a podobných iných obciach, ktoré mená ste možno nikdy nepočuli. A čo z toho celého vychádza je, že tí deti a dospievajúci ľudia riešia v každej tej obci a v každom tom meste úplne rovnaké problémy a stretávajú sa úplne s tým istým ako ich rovesníci. No a ja už úplne asi nestihnem povedať všetko, čo som chcela, ale ešte tu mám vtipnú vložku do toho celého. My sme po pár rokoch zistili, možno čakať nejaké vedecké okienko, zistili sme, že sme príliš starí. Lebo občas sme zobrali so sebou aj našich mladých dobrovoľníkov, keď hovorím mladých, tak naozaj hovorím o stredoškolákoch. A super to fungovalo. Oni boli takí naši kolektori a pomáhali nám. A tie deti ich brutálne počúvali, lebo bolo vidieť, že sú ako keby na jednej vlne. A to vás teda rovno vyskúšam, či ste na jednej vlne s tými deťmi a mladými ľuďmi aj vy. Mám tu pre vás 2 emotikony. A skúste sa zamyslieť, že čo si predstavujete, alebo aké emócie vo vás tieto emotikony evokujú. No my sme veselo v našej chatovej skupine pre tých našich mladých dobrovoľníkov, tínedžerov používali ten prvý smajlik, klasika, dvojbodka, zátvorka. A oni asi po 3 mesiacoch nám hovoria, že prečo to robíme. A my, že no prečo, tak nie je taký suchý ten text, dáme vám tam emotikonia. A oni, že ale prečo tohto, ten je creepy, ten je strašidelný. Vždy máme pocit, že nám chcete niečo vyčítať, že sme spravili niečo zle. Takže to, čo my vnímame ako pozitívneho, v pohode vyčilovaného smajlika, oni vnímajú ako nejakú hrozbu. A teraz sa zamyslíte nad tým druhým. Tak ja teda už, čo do toho tínedžerského veku nepatrím, tak pre mňa to bola nejaká hrozba, niečo nebezpečné, nejaký jed. A v skutočnosti toto smrtka znamená, že umieram od smiechu. Takže takto vyzerá vnímanie emotikonov a online sveta mladými ľuďmi. No a aby som vysvetlila, že prečo som vlastne do tohto celého nejako vhúpla do tejto témy, tak je to preto, že okrem toho nášho Cyber for Kids máme aj... Už mám 1 minútu, dobre. Ja sa poponáhľam. Myslela som si, že nebudem mať čo rozprávať tak dlho a vidíte. Máme teda aj ďalší program pre mladých ľudí, ktorý funguje, je to DigiPeers a je to program založený na peer-to-peer princípe a teda, že rovesníci učia svojich rovesníkov. Toto tak rýchlo preletím, spoločná fotka, ale čo je podstatné, že február sme si spravili nie, že dňom bezpečného internetu, ale mesiacom bezpečného internetu. A tým našim mladým sa za 24 dní podarilo zrealizovať 130 aktivít. Aby som bola presná, čo myslíme pod aktivitami, tak to boli buď nejaké kampane na sociálnych sieťach, ktoré si iniciovali oni sami, alebo to boli priamo lektoráty alebo rôzne konferencie, ktoré oni sami zorganizovali. Aby som teda povedala, že oni sami, opäť hovoríme o celom Slovensku, je to teda zhruba 15 aktívnych mladých ľudí v súčasnosti, ktorí teda vo svojich regiónoch šíria tieto naše témy. A aby som teda neuberala čas ostatným speakerom, tak už len spomeniem, že toto je taká naša mapa DigiPointov. Niekde sú aj zdvojené vlastne tie označenia a sú to vlastne také DigiPointy, ktoré majú zriadené naši mladí na školách a je to také miesto, kde sa môžu ich spolužiaci obrátiť, ak majú akékoľvek otázky v súvislosti s týmito témami, o ktorých sme sa tu dnes rozprávali, čiže s bezpečnosťou na internete, digitálnym občianstvom, kritickým myslením. A vlastne tam vedia potom naši mladí zrealizovať tieto aktivity. A ten úplne východ nemáme ešte až tak pokrytý, ale od Košíc až po Malacky to máme celkom pekne vykryté. Teda ešte tam pár voľných miest vidíme a preto pokračujeme v našom programe aj ďalej. A ak by vás teda zaujímalo, čo také ešte robíme a ako vlastne budujeme celé to digitálne občianstvo, prečo je to dôležité a prečo možno aj ľudia, ktorí sa touto témou nezaoberajú, by sa mali, tak To nájdete napríklad aj na týchto stránkach. A teda, ako som spomínala na úvod, viem, že to nie je úplne z vášho súdka, ale predsa len, ak by sa tu objavili nejaké otázky, tak som pripravená na ne zodpovedať. Ďakujem pekne. Pekný deň ešte. Aha, výborná otázka. Existuje rozdiel v digitálnych zručnostiach medzi deťmi z dedinských a mestských škôl? No ak hovoríme o digitálnych zručnostiach v zmysle toho, že ako vedia ovládať tie digitálne technológie, tak si myslím, že ten rozdiel neexistuje. A ja už som to tak trochu spomenula aj v rámci tej mojej prezentácie, že tu sa nám tie rozdiely ako keby úplne zotreli, pretože nemá byť čo tým rozdielom. Prístup na internet má každý, telefón alebo tablet alebo počítač má každý, čiže tým pádom vlastne nevidím ako keby dôvod, že by tam nejaké tie rozdiely v digitálnych zručnostiach byť mali, pretože teraz už pre deti a mladých ľudí nemusíme robiť školenia v oblasti tých digitálnych zručností, ako si niečo zapnúť, ako si niečo nainštalovať, ako si niečo napríklad naprogramovať, pretože viete, že všetky tie informácie sú dostupné, oni si to vedia vyhľadať. Ale ak by som sa mala oprieť o to, nie že či digitálne zručnosti v takom tom technickom ponímaní, ale skôr v tom digitálnom občianstve a celkovo v takom zodpovední správaní sa na internete a na sociálnych sieťach, tak ani tam rozdiel nie je, pretože ak majú napríklad ten spomínaný TikTok, tak na nich vyskakujú tie isté trendy aj na tých meste, aj na tých dedine. Čiže tie rozdiely tam naozaj nevidím žiadne a dokonca aj tie problémy, s ktorými sa v online svete potýkajú, sú úplne rovnaké ako aj u tých ostatných. Aha, jak určite rozeznávať dezinformácie? Trénujem moju češtinu trošku. Pokud sa bavíme třeba trošku mi to o COVID situácii, tak panovalo v mediálnym prostoru mnoho dezinformácií z mnoho strán. Ak teda hovoríme o mediálnom prostredí alebo mediálny priestor, keď hovoríme o tradičných médiách, asi tak ste to mysleli. Neviem, že či sa prizná ten, kto otázku písal, alebo to bolo zámerne anonymne. No, ja by som to vysvetlila. Samozrejme, prišli sme do nejakej situácie počas pandémie, ktorá bola neznáma aj pre tradičné médiá, alebo bola nepoznaná aj pre tradičné médiá. Samozrejme, oni aj počas pandémie pristupovali klasickým novinárskym spôsobom, že si veci overujete z viacerých strán, ale samozrejme, že aj vedci na začiatku pandémie si neboli niektorými vecami istí. Hovorili to, čo bolo vtedy podľa ich takého najväčšieho alebo najlepšieho presvedčenia. No a samozrejme, že aj médiá podľa mňa sa snažili, alebo keď hovoríme o tých tradičných médiách, sa snažili prezentovať tie informácie čo najkvalitnejšie a najpravdivejšie. No a samozrejme, že sa stalo, že sa pomýlili, ale v čom rozlišujeme ako keby dezinformačný svet a svet tradičných médií, tak je práve to, že na tie dezinformácie ešte ten zákon alebo štát nemá až také páky ako na tradičné médiá. Ak sa napríklad tradičné médium previní tým, že uverejní nejakú nepravdivú správu, tak máme na to orgány, máme minulú radu pre vysielanie a retransmisiu, teraz už rada pre mediálne služby, ktorá má na to teda páky, aby udelila napríklad pokutu alebo udelila povinnosť, že sa musí médium ospravedlniť alebo uverejniť napríklad nejaké upresnenie, tak na sociálne siete zatiaľ takéto páky nemáme. Takže ak nejaké médiá pochybili, tak potom im vznikla aj povinnosť, aby vlastne upravili alebo ospravedlnili sa alebo nejako bližšie určili. Nech sa páči.
Problém s nejakou jako safety, pokud tu dezinformaci jakoby rozlišuje stát, protože ten sám o sobě taky může podléhat tomu tlaku dezinformačnímu.
No, asi by sme tu boli trošku na dlhšiu debatu, ale aspoň tak v krátkosti sa budem snažiť odpovedať. Tie informácie, ktoré zverejňoval štát, tak minimálne boli na základe nejakých vedeckých poznatkov, čo napríklad v oblasti tých dezinformácií nemôžeme hovoriť, pretože tam sú často vyjadrenia napríklad hovorí doktor taký a taký a v skutočnosti zistíte, že ten doktor ani neexistuje, alebo je to zverolekár. Ja nespochybňujem teraz zverolekárov, ale nie sú to úplne odborníci na vakcíny a záležitosti okolo infektológie a virológie. Takže verím, že aj na strane štátu, keď hovoríme o nejakej tej odbornosti, nehovorím teraz o politických sférach, ale o odborníkoch, ktorí fungujú na rôznych rezortoch a rôzne tie krízové štáby a podobne sú odborníci, ktorí sa snažili robiť podľa toho svojho najlepšieho vedomia a svedomia. Nech sa páči.
Nebude jakoby největší problém s těma dezinformacemi, které právě naopak jsou jakoby podložený na nějakých jakoby částečně pravdivých informacích, že třeba jenom neúměrně vyzdvihují negativa nebo naopak neúměrně vyzdvihují pozitiva. Naopak oproti dezinformacím, které jsou naprosto smyšlený. Protože já vnímám ten první jako daleko zásadnější.
No to ste celkom na to aj ako keby povedali tú jednu z takých zásad alebo takých vecí, ktoré sa reálne týkajú dezinformácií a hoaxov. Pretože tie sú už v súčasnosti také sofistikované, keď hovoríme o nejakých konšpiračných alebo dezinformačných médiách, že oni práve ten hoax obalia do nejakej pravdy, alebo tá informácia základná, okolo ktorej sa to stavia, je pravdivá, ale pridá sa tam napríklad kontext, ktorý nie je pravdivý. Alebo to, čo ste spomínali, presne vyzdvihnú nejaké, veľmi výrazne vyzdvihnú nejaké pozitíva alebo negatíva. Takže toto sa v tom hoaxerskom alebo dezinformačnom svete deje. Ešte sa, neviem, či sa stíhame pozrieť na ďalšie. Dobre, môžete si ma pokojne odchytiť, ak by ste chceli.
Prípadne môžeme pokračovať na slajdu, keď budú nejaké ďalšie dotazy.
Dobre, rada vám zodpoviem, ešte sa tu chvíľočku zdržím. A teda na záver vám chcem ešte veľmi pekne poďakovať, že som tu mohla s vami stráviť tento čas a prajem vám ešte pekný čas, či už na tejto konferencii, alebo potom aj mimo nej počas celého víkendu. Majte sa pekne.
In English, is that okay for everyone? Can we close the door, please? All right. So, hello everyone. My name is Petr Stiblo, and I'll spend some time talking about OpenTelemetry. So this is going to be a talk about OpenTelemetry and learning. This is not going to be very technical, but I'll share with you my personal journey with OpenTelemetry, how I approached it, how I learned it, and I'll especially spend some time with the OpenTelemetry demo application, which proved to be instrumental for my understanding and for my practical work. About myself, I work as technical sales at IBM. I see mostly younger faces, so if for those of you who don't know what IBM is, it's a company who does computers, mainframes, also typewriters, and a bunch of software. I cover multiple countries, and my background is monitoring, currently AIOps and service management. Service management, again, this is a legacy, probably not that much used today. I do have Kubernetes background, OpenShift, and I spend some time with Service Mesh. And I also contribute to a couple of open source projects, the OpenTelemetry application being one of them. So let's start with OpenTelemetry. Primer, what is it? I'll be very brief. I don't want to teach you OpenTelemetry today, but what it is, it's a project, open source project, and basically an observability standard. It has been founded in 2019 as a merge of two parallel, maybe competing technologies, open tracing and open census. So today it's a very mature project, currently incubating CNCF project, and the founders, Google, Lightstep, Microsoft, and Uber have been joined with a number of other companies. It's a very hot project. I think this slide is quite familiar, so you might have seen this picture before, because why I'm showing that, if you look at the picture, OpenTelemetry is, in terms of popularity in the community, number 2 after Kubernetes. So it's a big one, it's a big project. There are a lot of committers, a large community, but also a lot of bugs and a lot of movement inside of the project. That's why it is being on the top position. OpenTelemetry defines a few, works with a few signals. We call it signals. Those are the dimensions that telemetry works with. Let me just summarize those traces. Traces is the big picture between what happens between services and what are the latencies between services. Metrics, you all know metrics, you all know Prometheus, so those are the time variables. Logs and baggage. Baggage is something that we carry along with between the spans, along with the traces. So it's a context that is being propagated along the way. And finally, profiles. Profiles is a signal that is currently in the process of adoption in OpenTelemetry. So it's not an officially supported dimension or signal, but there is a work in progress to make it happen as profiling becomes a very important dimension in the overall observability world. So there is a node tab, there is a link I can provide later, which defines the rough specification, and there's a special interest group that is working this out. What are the components of OpenTelemetry? Again, very briefly, API, this is the data types, so what kind of data OpenTelemetry defines, the interfaces for the data, whereas SDKs are the concrete implementations in various languages. Very important part of that is the data. This is defined by OpenTelemetry protocol. which defines the data format that is being carried over and the span format and so on. Then there is also something called semantic conventions. This is a very important topic. I think you will hear more about that later in the following talk about OpenTelemetry. This is basically a common understanding and common meaning of things that we name, and what kind of names have, what the names have, what meaning those names have, right? So this needs to set some common ground so that we have mutual understanding, so that technologies generating data understand each other. There is also something called collector. Collector, it's an agent that has inputs and outputs, receivers and exporters, and does various things on the previously mentioned signals. So it can forward the data, receive the data, export the data. So it's a very universal tool that you can mix the data in. There's also automatic instrumentation. So I'll mention instrumentation later in my talk, but automatic instrumentation means that we don't need to do everything manually by programming, but we can also leverage some automation technologies or techniques that help us inject the required instrumentation into the code automatically for us. There is a Kubernetes operator that takes care of the auto-instrumentation. That's one part of its job. And the second part of its job is the overall life cycle. So this is what operators do. They ensure life cycle of applications. So it installs the collector and maintains its scaling and the overall life. Let's move on to the OpenTelemetry demo application. This is a demo application that is being developed by the community, by the OpenTelemetry community. So it's part of the project. It's part of OpenTelemetry, let's call it this way. And it's a fun way to illustrate, showcase all the features and functions of OpenTelemetry. It's very much a web shop application. The theme has been chosen quite obviously in the sense of observing things, observability. So it's an astronomy-themed shop where you buy stuff related to astronomy. And it is a microservices application that consists of many components. In order to showcase all the functionalities, there are 11 languages covered. So this is pretty much all of the languages that OpenTelemetry supports, except one, which is Swift. For some reason, Swift doesn't have enough love in the community, so that there was no volunteer to create a Swift-based service that would complement the demo. But so if you are a Swift developer, you volunteer and go ahead and create a service. What the demo provides is a showcase of those of the instrumentations with idiomatic instrumentation. That means there are like best practices applied for each individual language, so that it's a great way to look at how things should be done in a particular language or framework. It covers all signals, traces, metrics, logs, and it grows. And it's a project that gradually grows. So whenever we have profiles, for example, they will be included. It is deployable as a Docker Compose or Helm. So developed by means of Docker Compose for simplicity on a single host. If you want to run it on Kubernetes, go ahead and use a Helm chart that makes it very easy to install, deploy on plain vanilla Kubernetes or OpenShift or other flavors. It's a straightforward in installation, and it includes a backend composed of open source tools. So particularly Jaeger for the traces, Prometheus for metrics, and Grafana as the common UI. In order to make it usable for demonstrating the different functionalities of the OpenTelemetry, it also has a service called Feature Flags, which allows you to toggle various different scenarios that you can play with. Yeah, so it injects errors in different services and makes it interesting to explore. So you can use that tool. You can use the demo for some labs where you want users to troubleshoot, to use the backend to actually come up to the root cause of the problem, for example. The demo, it's a project that is really meant to be forked and hacked upon. It is recommended by the community. It is meant to be forked, so there's no policies, no legal issues with that. Go ahead and fork it, hack it, use it. There is a SIG call for that on Mondays. SIG is a special interest group call where the community maintainers talk about the future. There is also a Slack channel that is probably a more approachable way to participate for newcomers. Interesting fact is that the release cadence of the demo, it has nothing to do about features, functions, etc. It's just a showcase. It's a bragging application. So they usually release on KubeCon dates. So whenever there is a KubeCon, there is a release being targeted for. Simple as that. So here is the diagram of the demo. I don't want to comment this too much. It's just to illustrate the complexity of the services. You see all the colors, all the languages are represented except one. And there are also things like queues, Redis, cache, there is Kafka, there is Postgres database. The data exchange between the services is either by HTTP or gRPC, so it's not a trivial example. So there are even some complex data structures involved. So it's a pretty complex application for a demo. If you want to give it a try, just go ahead and try. Take a picture, go to the URL, and do some shopping. So there is a link that you can use for the main demo, and there are other endpoints that allow you to either open up the feature flag service, so you can toggle the features. You won't see probably anything happening on your demo, but you would see that in the corresponding backend. There is a UI for Jaeger and Grafana. Let me give you a flavor of what the demo looks like for those of you who are not able to open it up. Prepare your credit cards. We accept credit cards. We also accept cash when you're buying your telescope. So go ahead. If you don't have a credit card, want to pay cash, just meet me outside the room. So you can select whatever. I'm sorry, I don't share. Can I make that shareable? I'm trying to show the. All right, so shopping for telescopes and tools for watching stars. Does that work for you, or does it not work for me only? It's dead? Okay, so this is the, thank you, demo gods. This is always happening. So yeah, too many users. Yeah, maybe that's the case. So try later. It should be open. I'll go back to my presentation. That seems more safe. Anyway, so go ahead and try it. It's a fun way to explore. I just need to find my notes here. So what I want to carry on with is why I'm talking about the demo. So I told you it's my personal experience of getting started with OpenTelemetry, learning OpenTelemetry, and I found it particularly useful to do that. So I picked up like 3 use cases for the demo that might be inspirational for you as well, might be useful for you. So first is obviously learning. So learning OpenTelemetry. Before you jump onto the demo, if you are new to OpenTelemetry, here's what I recommend. Trust me or not, but this is the path I took, and it proved quite okay. So start with the docs, first of all. Yeah, the OpenTelemetry documentation is actually quite good. Yeah, it's worth reading. There are a lot of conceptual things if you want to get an understanding of what OpenTelemetry is, what tracing is, what context propagation is, and all the different terminology. But there are also very good tutorials that guide you practically through getting hands-on on a particular language. So I found concretely a very useful tutorial for Go language. It's very explicit, very step by step. It's very easy to understand and follow. And second one that I can recommend is the collector builder, which is also very detailed. It probably lacks on some generic concepts, but probably this is fine because it's a very practical tutorial. So those are the ones that I went through, and I think they are quite useful. Now, the next step, in my case, or that I recommend, is run and build the demo. Yeah, so run. You can run it simply by running the Docker Compose or Helm, but I prefer to actually get the source and build it yourself so that you can see what's happening behind the scenes. Then pick a language and dig in simply. So it's a demo app that has 11 languages, so I'm sure that you will find your preferred one. If you are a Python or a Ruby developer, or if you want to go crazy with C++, it's all there. And every language has some idiomatic ways how to do the instrumentation of the code. So you will find, how different languages implement the telemetry. So just go explore the code and try to understand. Then the next step would be just, I call it mend and bend. So fix whatever doesn't work for you. Try to see, how things work, and maybe fix it for you, or tweak it the way you like. Like adding attributes, adding items in the shop, or adding services, whatever. Finally, and this was my case, connect your own backend. Yeah, the reason why I was using the demo application actually was that I work for technical sales, so I'm representing a vendor here. So I wanted to showcase OpenTelemetry on a vendor backend other than the open source backend. So I had to fork it and adjust it, tweak it, enhance it so that it works fine with my concrete backend. And that's a great way because you will find, although you might believe that OpenTelemetry is a standard, so everything should work, it's not that's precisely the case. There are many moving parts, many things that may go wrong, may go different. Every vendor, every backend treats things a little bit differently. So it's a very good way to explore. Also, another tip is play with the general OpenTelemetry data. So you have, traces, logs, profiles, traces, logs, what I forgot, metrics, thanks. And you can mix them, or you can combine them inside of the collector. Collector is a very powerful tool. I think this will have a bright future in the project. So it's definitely worth to play and spend some time with the collector. And finally, as part of the learning experience, if you want to really get your hands dirty, find an issue that you like on the project and solve a bug. Really, most recommended way how to learn things, because it seems like a simple bug, but sometimes you get into areas where you never expect it to go, and this really opens up, the world for you. So this was the case for me, and I've participated on a number of bugs that I really didn't want to initially, but it was worth it after all. Another use case that I think might be good for considering is like after you started with OpenTelemetry, after you are familiar with it, maybe you want to apply it in your daily work, in your project. So prototyping. It's really talking about the demo and OpenTelemetry in general. So talking about the demo specifically, the demo is really good for testing things and testing your own backends. Yeah? So if you want an app that is out of box, that is ready, that is reasonably complex, check it out, connect it to your backend, and play. Also, very good, as I mentioned earlier, it's really a good way to test the instrumentation code. Like if you want to instrument your own your application, you want to test it, so plug it into the demo, and it's also very useful for exploring the general concepts. So thanks to the templates that are available as part of the demo, you can take inspiration of one particular service and basically do it similar way in your concrete project. So some of what I mean by templates here is, for example, a ready-made Docker files for each for individual frameworks or languages. The skeletons of the instrumentation. So it's very practical, very useful for other things than just the demo. Yeah, the backend is available. So you might, in your prototyping experience, you might just leverage the backend that is out there, that is ready to run, so you don't do anything, it just runs there, so it offers the OTLP, OpenTelemetry Protocol endpoint, so you just connect whatever application you have. So if you just want to test your own OpenTelemetry instrumentation, go ahead and use the demo just for the backend. If you don't like the demo itself, just go ahead with the backend. There's also a load generator included, so you can use that for your own projects as well. The demo is great for studying how context propagation works and baggage propagation. So for me, this was something that I spent some time with, so that's why I'm mentioning that. It was particularly important for me when I'm moving on, mentioning our own backend and our own instrumentation. So just in a minute, I'll mention that. Collector config testing. So as before in the learning part. Great for testing the collector. It's there, it's out there, running there. It's connected to the backend, so no worries. Just connect data to it and play. Feature flag. Well, maybe a little bit artificial example here, but if you like to create your own scenario, maybe you have customers that are specifically asking for some kind of a scenario. You can build your own scenario and implement it as a feature flag, so you can totally on and off and have it at your disposal whenever you like. And finally, we are on the community event, so I think the aspect of contributing to community is really important here. So what I want to say here regarding that in relation to the OpenTelemetry demo, it's a great way to start contributing to the community. Whatever of your previous experience is, it's a great way to contribute. Either you want to add something valuable or you just want to become part of the community just for the fun of it. The demo is great because it's just risk-free. It really is nothing but a demo, so no big deal really. If you break something, nothing much happens. Also, a good thing that I find particularly nice is that because we have such a breadth of coverage, like those many languages, there is no single guru that would lead the project and have infinite wisdom on everything. So there's I call it, there's no pesky maintainer that would show you like how stupid you are. No, there's a number of nice people. Everybody has their own niche, and overall, it's a generally nice experience. And also tolerant code of conduct. Again, very easy to contribute. Don't worry about the formalities too much. Another good thing, no rigid roadmap. So the demo, as I said, it's being organically grown. as features show up in OpenTelemetry, as people come up with ideas, as KubeCon events come closer. So it's very, very different aspects that define what is being done next. And you can also raise your voice on the SIG calls or on the Slack. Regarding the participation, Slack is really my preferred way because it keeps the record. The SIG calls are really for the well-established members, but you can participate if you like, if you are brave enough to enter the call. So it's very easy to submit small PRs if you are starting, and really don't worry about mistakes. This is really not a big deal. Now, my case of building a custom or integrating a custom backend, it's specifically with a tool called Instana. It's part of IBM today, and what I did is build the demo so that it reports to the Instana backend. Fortunately, Instana has native OTLP, OpenTelemetry support, so that was my initial assumption, like this is no work, so I just turn off the default open source backend, the Jaeger, Grafana, etc., and I reroute the requests. But there showed up more things that would be worth integrating. So it actually turned out to be quite a time-consuming project and quite interesting thing to work on. So other than switching the backend, there's something called Instana Agent, which basically replaces the OpenTelemetry collector, which has its own specifics. And another interesting thing was infrastructure monitoring. So we are talking about OpenTelemetry, observability, but when we are talking about traces and metrics, we need to collect the data somewhere. So usually we do that with dedicated collectors. If you have a backend, a vendor backend, you might leverage that as something that is readily available. So combining the vendor-specific monitoring collectors plus OpenTelemetry is, in my opinion, a nice use case. There's also another very interesting use case: the mixed traces. There are some vendors that have proprietary instrumentation, proprietary format, and it's quite a nice experience to try to combine OpenTelemetry with some vendor-specific instrumentation, namely in the whenever you're dealing with context propagation, because OpenTelemetry uses the W3C by default. Whereas there are also other standards, and the interaction between those it might be a little challenging. So let me move on. So here's a simple diagram. So basically, what I did initially was scratch the OpenTelemetry collector that ships with the demo and the Grafana, Prometheus, and Jaeger backends, replace it with my backend. Well, as simple as it seemed, it really turned out to be more complex. Here are some screenshots of the demo as visualized in my backend, some traces. If you're interested, I can of course show it to you after the session. So my last slide here is, what other experience I did have. So I have to state that not everything was ideal, so I'm trying to be positive here, but it's not everything was working out of box, not everything was ready, so particularly those things that you see on the screen. For example, and I think this is a common thing that you will hear more often on this conference, that OpenTelemetry, it's an evolving project. It's not something rigid, it's not fully mature in some ways. It's mature in certain ways, but it's not mature in other ways. So what I found particularly, for those of you who are Elixir or Erlang coders, you probably know the Ecto library for interaction with SQL databases. I'm not a coder in Erlang or in Elixir at all, but I had to plunge in. I had to basically deep dive to figure out what was wrong, because my backend, what it does, it combines entry and exit spans. So basically the input, the beginning of the service call and the counterpart, and combines them into a call. So basically fully qualified call rather than a simple trace. So what I was looking for to find the matching span, entry and exit span, and I didn't see it in this case. So what I actually found out that there was a missing attribute or missing attributes in the library. Speaking about semantic conventions, again, you will hear more about that today. So this is something that was not there, and it's not there yet. It's not there today. It seems like it's abandoned. So not a great experience with Ecto instrumentation. My personal contribution was doing the client span for the Rust part, for the Rust service, shipping service, which was missing there. So again, not a big Rust coder, but I took a dive and figured it out. There was one kind of a rabbit hole involved here, because the Rust programmers are very productive, and so whenever they do something, they do it properly. So when I implemented the client instrumentation, it turned out that it was generating like floods, tons of traces, and it was not a really a nice experience after some time. So there had to be some tweaks so that we reduce the amount of granularity. Okay, so this is my contribution here. Docker Hub, images, so those are the recent things that we came across. Probably I'll stop here. One last thing, if you really want to get your hands dirty with the demo, anytime you are stuck, anything doesn't work, always increase the memory limits, because this is the most common problem people face. It's just not solved. I don't know why. So my last slide, thank you very much. If you have any questions, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a question on our Slido regarding your probably last sentence. What's the performance impact of the OpenTelemetry?
Performance impact of the OpenTelemetry in general. Well, I think there have been books written about that. So I think this is really a matter of how you control OpenTelemetry. So you can get tons of spans or tons of data if you allow your instrumentation to collect it, and if you allow to pass it on to the backend. So the performance usually, there are multiple stages of performance. You can get stuck at your application, so the instrumentation really collects that much data that it has a negative impact on the application itself. You can also saturate the backend when you send too much data to the backend, and the backend may not be dimensioned to handle that. So there are multiple fronts to tackle that. So of course, sampling and various sampling methods are being devised, available. Whatever sampling methods, statistical sampling, tail-based sampling, etc. So this is all the complexity that comes with OpenTelemetry, and you will actually find it in the project as a very well described topic, and also other vendors have their blogs, their comments on that. So this is a generic answer. So my answer would be it really depends, and it's up to you. The application developer who instruments the application to take care of the performance. Be cautious what's going on, understand what's being done, what data is being propagated, and then handle it appropriately.
Any questions in the audience? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
And we have a lunch break.
As a modern IT leader, your team's role has expanded beyond supporting business operations and enabling incremental change. Today, the organization relies on you and your team to leverage technology investments to drive innovation. But resources are always limited. And there's another challenge that's making it difficult to meet those expectations: architectural complexity. At F5, we believe that rethinking your IT architecture can help you ensure that your people and systems can deliver maximum value today and enable the innovation the business needs for the future. To move toward a more secure, more agile, and more adaptable system that's easier to manage across clouds, we recommend provisioning services in 4 primary tiers: global, site, application, and management and operations. Start by deciding which services and controls you need at each tier. At the global tier, you can deploy general policies and standardized infrastructure requirements that will be applied universally across all sites and all applications. At the site level, you can specify policies that deviate from your global policy. These site-wide policies should only contain exceptions that apply at the given locale. At the application level, you can define application-specific policies. This layer can ignore site and global level policies and only focus on ones that are unique to a specific application. Finally, at the independent management and operations tier, in general, you can manage the code, configuration, infrastructure and policy rules, and analytics, keeping those requirements global, yet safely isolated from the 3 production tiers. With the right tooling, automation, and processes in place, you can boost operational performance and benefit from positive feedback loops with machine learning systems. Although these are conceptual tiers, they're a great way to simplify operations, consolidate services, and unify your application security and delivery policies. By rethinking your IT architecture, you can enable your developers to have a simple, secure path to speedier deployments, your security and network teams to control and update security and network policies without slowing down production, and your system to be more flexible and resilient in the face of constant change. Learn more and start today at f5.com/adaptiveapps.
Meet Anna and John. They are database admins working on different teams. Anna's team is using an open source database system. Although databases are free to use by developers, hiring for skill sets and maintaining versions are overwhelming tasks. John's team is using the public cloud. However, they get locked to the system into one deployment model. The services are expensive, and they also face hiring challenges. There's another gold standard option for Anna and John's teams. Portworx Data Services. Portworx Data Services is the one platform to deploy, operate, and secure any database with a few clicks via a single pane of glass. With Portworx, developers can push apps and features in production 2 times faster. Database admins can be 3 times more productive. Database teams can save up to 75% cost of underlying cloud storage. Developers can build fault-tolerant, highly secure, and reliable apps and data. Database admins can deploy and run any database on Kubernetes. Portworx turns your database admins into superheroes.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Oh my God. Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As a modern IT leader, your team's role has expanded beyond supporting business operations and enabling incremental change. Today, the organization relies on you and your team to leverage technology investments to drive innovation. But resources are always limited. And there's another challenge that's making it difficult to meet those expectations: architectural complexity. At F5, we believe that rethinking your IT architecture can help you ensure that your people and systems can deliver maximum value today and enable the innovation the business needs for the future. To move toward a more secure, more agile, and more adaptable system that's easier to manage across clouds, we recommend provisioning services in 4 primary tiers: global, site, application, and management and operations. Start by deciding which services and controls you need at each tier. At the global tier, you can deploy general policies and standardized infrastructure requirements that will be applied universally across all sites and all applications. At the site level, you can specify policies that deviate from your global policy. These site-wide policies should only contain exceptions that apply at the given locale. At the application level, you can define application-specific policies. This layer can ignore site and global level policies and only focus on ones that are unique to a specific application. Finally, at the independent management and operations tier, in general, you can manage the code, configuration, infrastructure and policy rules, and analytics, keeping those requirements global, yet safely isolated from the 3 production tiers. With the right tooling, automation, and processes in place, you can boost operational performance and benefit from positive feedback loops with machine learning systems. Although these are conceptual tiers, they're a great way to simplify operations, consolidate services, and unify your application security and delivery policies. By rethinking your IT architecture, you can enable your developers to have a simple, secure path to speedier deployments, your security and network teams to control and update security and network policies without slowing down production, and your system to be more flexible and resilient in the face of constant change. Learn more and start today at f5.com/adaptiveapps.
Meet Anna and John. They are database admins working on different teams. Anna's team is using an open source database system. Although databases are free to use by developers, hiring for skill sets and maintaining versions are overwhelming tasks. John's team is using the public cloud. However, they get locked to the system into one deployment model. The services are expensive, and they also face hiring challenges. There's another gold standard option for Anna and John's teams. Portworx Data Services. Portworx Data Services is the one platform to deploy, operate, and secure any database with a few clicks via a single pane of glass. With Portworx, developers can push apps and features in production 2 times faster. Database admins can be 3 times more productive. Database teams can save up to 75% cost of underlying cloud storage. Developers can build fault-tolerant, highly secure, and reliable apps and data. Database admins can deploy and run any database on Kubernetes. Portworx turns your database admins into superheroes.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Oh my God! Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves
what security is really about.
As a modern IT leader, your team's role has expanded beyond supporting business operations and enabling incremental change. Today, the organization relies on you and your team to leverage technology investments to drive innovation. But resources are always limited. And there's another challenge that's making it difficult to meet those expectations: architectural complexity. At F5, we believe that rethinking your IT architecture can help you ensure that your people and systems can deliver maximum value today and enable the innovation the business needs for the future. To move toward a more secure, more agile, and more adaptable system that's easier to manage across clouds, we recommend provisioning services in 4 primary tiers: global, site, application, and management and operations. Start by deciding which services and controls you need at each tier. At the global tier, you can deploy general policies and standardized infrastructure requirements that will be applied universally across all sites and all applications. At the site level, you can specify policies that deviate from your global policy. These site-wide policies should only contain exceptions that apply at the given locale. At the application level, you can define application-specific policies. This layer can ignore site and global level policies and only focus on ones that are unique to a specific application. Finally, at the independent management and operations tier, in general, you can manage the code, configuration, infrastructure and policy rules, and analytics, keeping those requirements global, yet safely isolated from the 3 production tiers. With the right tooling, automation, and processes in place, you can boost operational performance and benefit from positive feedback loops with machine learning systems. Although these are conceptual tiers, they're a great way to simplify operations, consolidate services, and unify your application security and delivery policies. By rethinking your IT architecture, you can enable your developers to have a simple, secure path to speedier deployments, your security and network teams to control and update security and network policies without slowing down production, and your system to be more flexible and resilient in the face of constant change. Learn more and start today at f5.com/adaptiveapps.
Meet Anna and John. They are database admins working on different teams. Anna's team is using an open source database system. Although databases are free to use by developers, hiring for skill sets and maintaining versions are overwhelming tasks. John's team is using the public cloud. However, data services. Portworx Data Services is the one platform to deploy, operate, and secure any database with a few clicks via a single pane of glass. With Portworx, developers can push apps and features in production 2 times faster. Database admins can be 3 times more productive. Database teams can save up to 75% cost of underlying cloud storage. Developers can build fault-tolerant, highly secure, and reliable apps and data. Database admins can deploy and run any database on Kubernetes. Portworx turns your database admins into superheroes.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Oh my God,
Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As a modern IT leader, your team's role has expanded beyond supporting business operations and enabling incremental change. Today, the organization relies on you and your team to leverage technology investments to drive innovation. But resources are always limited. And there's another challenge that's making it difficult to meet those expectations: architectural complexity. At F5, we believe that rethinking your IT architecture can help you ensure that your people and systems can deliver maximum value today and enable the innovation the business needs for the future. To move toward a more secure, more agile, and more adaptable system that's easier to manage across clouds, we recommend provisioning services in 4 primary tiers: global, site, application, and management and operations. Start by deciding which services and controls you need at each tier. At the global tier, you can deploy general policies and standardized infrastructure requirements that will be applied universally across all sites and all applications. At the site level, you can specify policies that deviate from your global policy. These site-wide policies should only contain exceptions that apply at the given locale. At the application level, you can define application-specific policies. This layer can ignore site and global level policies and only focus on ones that are unique to a specific application. Finally, at the independent management and operations tier, in general, you can manage the code, configuration, infrastructure and policy rules, and analytics, keeping those requirements global, yet safely isolated from the 3 production tiers. With the right tooling, automation, and processes in place, you can boost operational performance and benefit from positive feedback loops with machine learning systems. Although these are conceptual tiers, they're a great way to simplify operations, consolidate services, and unify your application security and delivery policies. By rethinking your IT architecture, you can enable your developers to have a simple, secure path to speedier deployments, your security and network teams to control and update security and network policies without slowing down production, and your system to be more flexible and resilient in the face of constant change. Learn more and start today at f5.com/adaptiveapps.
Meet Anna and John. They are database admins working on different teams. Anna's team is using an open source database system. Although databases are free to use by developers, hiring for skill sets and maintaining versions are overwhelming tasks. John's team is using the public cloud. However, they get locked to the system into one deployment model. The services are expensive, and they also face hiring challenges. There's another gold standard option for Anna and John's teams. Portworx Data Services. Portworx Data Services is the one platform to deploy, operate, and secure any database with a few clicks via a single pane of glass. With Portworx, developers can push apps and features in production 2 times faster. Database admins can be 3 times more productive. Database teams can save up to 75% cost of underlying cloud storage. Developers can build fault-tolerant, highly secure, and reliable apps and data. Database admins can deploy and run any database on Kubernetes. Portworx turns your database admins into superheroes.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
stealthier,
engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Oh my God.
each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As a modern IT leader, your team's role has expanded beyond supporting business operations and enabling incremental change. Today, the organization relies on you and your team to leverage technology investments to drive innovation. But resources are always limited. And there's another challenge that's making it difficult to meet those expectations: architectural complexity. At F5, we believe that rethinking your IT architecture can help you ensure that your people and systems can deliver maximum value today and enable the innovation the business needs for the future. To move toward a more secure, more agile, and more adaptable system that's easier to manage across clouds, we recommend provisioning services in 4 primary tiers: global, site, application, and management and operations. Start by deciding which services and controls you need at each tier. At the global tier, you can deploy general policies and standardized infrastructure requirements that will be applied universally across all sites and all applications. At the site level, you can specify policies that deviate from your global policy. These site-wide policies should only contain exceptions that apply at the given locale. At the application level, you can define application-specific policies. This layer can ignore site and global level policies and only focus on ones that are unique to a specific application. Finally, at the independent management and operations tier, in general, you can manage the code, configuration, infrastructure and policy rules, and analytics, keeping those requirements global, yet safely isolated from the 3 production tiers. With the right tooling, automation, and processes in place, you can boost operational performance and benefit from positive feedback loops with machine learning systems. Although these are conceptual tiers, they're a great way to simplify operations, consolidate services, and unify your application security and delivery policies. By rethinking your IT architecture, you can enable your developers to have a simple, secure path to speedier deployments, your security and network teams to control and update security and network policies without slowing down production, and your system to be more flexible and resilient in the face of constant change. Learn more and start today at f5.com/adaptiveapps.
Meet Anna and John. They are database admins working on different teams. Anna's team is using an open source database system. Although databases are free to use by developers,
Okay, so once again, I'd like to welcome Raymond from Cilium, and he's gonna give a talk about some Cilium cluster and service mesh things. So over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had an awesome lunch. Also, everyone online, welcome to this session. How many of you were at KubeCon or attended KubeCon online? Quite a few. So when I submitted this talk, I called this Connecting and Securing Clusters Across Clouds with Cilium Cluster Mesh and Service Mesh. But after KubeCon, I could also call it just Cilium Mesh. So in this session, we'll talk about what Cilium Mesh is, what the roadmap we have, and there's some awesome stuff coming. My name is Raymond de Jong. I'm field CTO for the company called Isovalent. And I'm happy to be here, so also thank you for the organization for arranging all the things and to have me last minute as well. I have a lot of stuff to go through, and if the demo gods are with me, I also have a little demo, and obviously also time for some questions. Later today, I also have a workshop, so if you want to get some hands-on experience with Cilium, attend that workshop. We go through a hands-on labs, and you can earn a badge as well, which you can proudly share on LinkedIn. So let's get started. How many of you have heard about eBPF? A bit more. So we have a bit more people learning about eBPF. So today, I'm not going deep dive into eBPF, but more likely about Cilium and cluster mesh and service mesh and how you can combine them together. Obviously, Cilium and eBPF are both open source projects founded by the company behind Isovalent. We originated it and we open sourced it, and we're still contributing and maintaining as such together with the community. And Isovalent as a company also has a Cilium Enterprise release for enterprises. Today we'll focus on open source, obviously, so everything you will see is available in open source. eBPF stands for Extended Berkeley Packet Filter. That doesn't tell you a lot, but what it basically means is that we make the kernel programmable in a dynamic way. We like to say what JavaScript is to your browser, eBPF is to the kernel. For the context of today, this means that we're focusing on kernel events where we can attach eBPF programs on. So think about sending a packet on the wire. We can get metrics using eBPF. Connecting workloads together, a pod sending a packet, opening a process, or opening a socket, sorry. That's also an event where we can attach eBPF programs to. And using that technology, we can run in kernel, high speed, high performance, and do such things such as security, observability, and networking. So Cilium is built on eBPF. You don't have to be an eBPF expert to run Cilium. Cilium is programming the required programs on the nodes, depending on the configuration you set, to do its magic. This is the 30,000 view of features Cilium can do today. Obviously, all the networking features. On top of that, observability with Hubble, which I will show in the demo as well. And Service Mesh released last year. We have a ton of features already available with Service Mesh, such as Ingress, Gateway API. MTLS is on the roadmap, but we already support encryption. Tetragon is also part of Cilium that provides runtime security. I'm not going to talk about that today. That's a whole different topic, but we have some awesome resources online as well. Cilium runs on any cloud, any compatible Linux operating system. The main requirement is a fairly decent kernel, 4.9 or later, and you're good to go. On cloud or on-prem, on OpenShift, or even Debian managed by yourself. VMs, obviously, as well. What's different with Cilium is that we have the concept of identity-based security. So the goal here is not to trace IPs. IPs in Kubernetes clusters are ephemeral, they change all the time, and at scale it's untrackable, untraceable to troubleshoot. So we use the notion of identity-based security, which means that each unique workload, meaning each workload with unique set of labels, the metadata you create on your deployments, for example, will result in a unique cluster-wide ID. So if you have a deployment called front end with the label front end and a deployment with the label back end, we use that metadata to create those unique identities, and we use it throughout our features in Cilium, also for observability, metrics, and obviously security. So in this case, the front end wants to talk to the back end. This is allowed by network policy, but using eBPF, we're able to attach this identity to the data plane, and we're able to inspect that identity, and we're also able to observe flows for that given identity. And this concept is the core of Cilium and how it's different compared to other network providers. Additionally, Cilium provides layer 7 security capabilities, so beyond standard Kubernetes network policy supporting layer 3, layer 4, which we also support. We also have the concept of Cilium network policies, which allow you to have layer 7 security. So you can specifically allow a specific HTTP call or method on a specific URI or URL. How it looks like is using HTTP rules in, for example, Cilium network policy. So in this simple example, I'm only allowing a GET method on the public URL. And we also support protocols like gRPC, Kafka, Cassandra, and others. Cilium also supports DNS-aware network policies. This allows you to create 2 FQDN rules. And this is super useful in cloud. For example, when you want to secure access to S3 buckets. You may know that underlying IPs of those kind of objects change a lot. So using instead 2 FQDN rules makes it manageable to secure access to such resources. And here's a simple example where we match a wildcard.mydomain.io, but you can also do specific domains, a list of specific domains, and also regex. Now it's time to move to Cilium Mesh and how we use these constructs across clusters in the cloud. We started with Kubernetes networking. We then introduced Cluster Mesh, which is already available for a few years. We have the external workload capability where you can run a Cilium agent on a VM. But we're now also introducing hybrid multi-cloud networking with the so-called Cilium Transit Gateway. This is the big picture what our vision is. So we already support multi-cluster networking using Cluster Mesh, which I will demo today. We already have egress gateway capabilities, which allow you to have predictable outbound network connectivity with specific IPs, where you're able to secure those IPs with your external firewalls or in the cloud. We already have ingress capabilities, such as service mesh ingress, gateway API. So we can also attract traffic in the cluster with native load balancing and BGP capabilities in Cilium. But what's new here is the announcement of this transit gateway. And the goal here is that you run this in the cloud as an appliance on a VM, for example, where you can attract traffic, for example, from a VPC or a function or whatever is running in the cloud, maybe EC2 instances and such, and get them in the Cilium data plane. They will get this unique identity I mentioned before. And this allows us to connect this all together using the Cilium Mesh. So you may have an on-prem cluster with OpenShift, meshing with Azure cluster running in the cloud. You may have egress, ingress in those clusters. And now we are able to, for example, on AWS, import a VPC network to be able to be meshed in the Cilium data plane. And also, for example, on-prem VMs can also be meshed. So you can get this unified security and observability across clouds. So let's dive into Cluster Mesh. So Cluster Mesh is the capability where you can connect multiple clusters together, independent of location. The only requirement is that you have layer 3 connectivity between the cluster nodes. That means that you may use a VPN or other constructs to connect your clouds or data centers together. Once you've done that and install and configure Cilium with Cluster Mesh, you have a unified Cilium data plane. Each cluster learns about the workloads running in the other clusters, and then you're able to do the load balancing across clusters, service mesh, network policies, the observability, and so forth. I mentioned before this identity-aware construct. This is also used in Cluster Mesh. So each Cluster Mesh-enabled cluster has this read-only entry point in other clusters to learn about the workloads in that given cluster. And that allows us to create network policies or to get metrics or observability across clusters for your workloads. What can you then do? So first of all, you can use east-west load balancing, high available across clusters, using services, so just cluster IP type of services with annotations. And this allows you to have high available workloads across clusters. And this means that if a backend or all backends fail in a given cluster, traffic will fail over to other clusters. But you can also use it in a shared services topology, for example, where you have a shared infrastructure cluster and you don't want to maintain for each tenant, for example, all these kind of infrastructure services, but instead you can expose this centralized service into your tenant clusters, and Cilium will know how to route traffic to that given cluster. A bit similar, but obviously a different concept, is that of splitting services. This is, for example, useful in telco, where you have smaller edge clusters. They don't have data stores to store all the metrics from their subscribers. So you can then expose a data store service to a centralized data store service running on a centralized cluster, and Cilium will learn how to forward traffic. Also, you can manipulate the service affinity. So topology-aware routing is what we like to call it as well. This allows you to contain traffic within a given cluster and only load balance traffic to another cluster when all endpoints in the same cluster fail. And obviously this has a benefit in terms of latency. If you run a VPN between clouds, you don't want to have this random load balancing across, but instead you want to contain it in its local cluster. Unless endpoints fail, then traffic will be load balanced across the other cluster. You can also annotate the service with remote service affinity. This will work the other way around, and this is useful for example, temporarily lifecycle upgrade workloads in a given cluster. Once you're done, you remove the annotation and the load balancing is back to the state before. How does it look like? So I explained before, just a simple cluster IP service with global service and service affinity annotations. So depending on what you need, you would just annotate a given service in each cluster in the same namespace, with the same namespace name, same service name, and Cilium will then learn about the endpoints in each cluster and load balance accordingly. And this is an example of the remote annotation. Additionally, you can secure traffic across your clusters using Cilium network policies. Because we have meshed them, Cilium is aware about these identities in each cluster. And in this case, we have, for example, a Rebel base and an X-Wing workload. And in this case, we only allow ingress traffic from the X-Wing pod or deployment from cluster 1. And we apply this rule on cluster 2. And this is a simple example of cross-cluster networking and security, but obviously this is super useful with high amount of workloads. Also cluster-wide network policies, so policies applied on the whole cluster, support the notion of a cluster name, and as such you can use it in your network policies. Moving on to service mesh. Cilium service mesh allows traffic management on layer 7. We allow observability using eBPF already. That's nothing new or special. We already had that capability. But what it adds is, without instrumentation of your application, we're able to expose layer 7 metrics, such as return codes, HTTP duration, latency as such, to provide golden signals to your dashboards with, for example, Grafana. Security in combination with the network policies, with the MTLS features we are bringing, and obviously with the encryption, which we already support. So pod-to-pod traffic is already capable of encryption using IPsec or WireGuard. If you also want to use MTLS and authentication on MTLS, that's coming in the next release in Cilium 1.14, where we just use network policies where you specify authentication is required, and then Cilium under the hood will enforce the authentication before setting up the actual session. So we do this checking, for example, with a Spirey server based on a SPIFFE ID, and we're able to match that ID with the given workload. Hopefully that's in summertime, around summertime, we'll be able to release that and demo that as well. We're not creating a new control plane. So we just bring the resources such as ingress resource, gateway API resources, which is currently in beta in the Gamma project, but we already have the capabilities. Spiffy, and you can also use Envoy CRDs. That's not something I would recommend, but if you really want to, you can do that. And then you have a choice. You can create new clusters, enable Cilium. You have an eBPF native service mesh with Cilium. But if you already use, for example, Envoy-based sidecar implementation, it's also supported to run it with Cilium. It's not mutually exclusive, and you will actually have already some benefits in terms of performance and security as well. What's different with Cilium Service Mesh is that we want to reduce the operational complexity. We want to reduce resource usage. We want to provide better performance using eBPF and the fact that we don't use sidecars and avoid sidecar startup shutdown race conditions and the notion of that you don't have to wait for a sidecar to be available to accept actually connections. So obviously when you don't run sidecars and instead use the Cilium agent with the embedded proxy on the node, you will save a lot of resources in terms of memory and CPU, and also cycles you have to maintain for TCP IP stacks when you run sidecars. Also, latency is 3 to 4 times better, or lower, depending on how you look at it. So latency is 3 to 4 times lower without sidecars, and that's due to the fact that with sidecars, you have to traverse the TCP IP stack 3 times at least for sending traffic out of a node. Instead, with eBPF, we're able to shortcut this connection on the socket layer directly to the network interface and send it on the wire. This is the case for L3 and L4 traffic, so layer 3, layer 4 traffic. In case of layer 7, load balancing or path-based routing or whatsoever, we have to redirect the traffic to the embedded proxy. And we use, again, eBPF on the socket layer to give it to the proxy. The proxy does his rule filtering, forwards it again on the network. And this already saves a lot of performance and lowers latency. I mentioned already the capabilities, so I will skip through. Ingress, for example, native ingress resources allows you to create path-based routes and such. So you leverage the embedded ingress class of Cilium and then create ingress resources depending what you need there. And this means that you can also use Gateway API, as ingress v2 is what we are calling it, or how I like to call it. And that means that you get better capabilities. Ingress has limited capabilities in terms of what you can do. You cannot do out-of-the-box percentage-based path-based routing and such. Gateway API provides that with simple resources, HTTP routes, and you can attach them to the Gateway API. What's also great about Gateway API is that you have separation of roles. So a platform team can manage, for example, the gateway resources, where an application team can manage the HTTP routes and can attach them to the specific gateway they need to attach it to. How does it look like? So first of all, you configure Cilium with the gateway controller enabled in Helm, for example, or using command line. Then you create one or more gateway resources. In this case, I have a simple HTTP gateway. I create a listener, and then you can create multiple HTTP routes to attach them to this gateway by specifying the parent reference, and then rules. So in this case, a path-based rule to forward to a specific service on a specific port. You can also do TLS termination, again creating a listener, and in this case, we're listening on a specific host name, mapping it to a secret in that given cluster and namespace. And then we're able to do the TLS termination and attaching the HTTP route, again with the host name, and forward traffic to specific paths and ports. And finally, traffic splitting with weighted routes allows you to do percentage-based routing or canary rollouts, where you introduce a new service and slowly are able to introduce traffic to that new version of your service. Also new is layer 7 load balancing for east-west. So remember the annotations I mentioned before with cluster mesh. On top of that, we can support layer 7 load balancing and do things like specific algorithms for gRPC, for example, where we specify least request as an annotation, so we can effectively, based on traffic, load balance traffic across clusters. And that's, again, with simple annotations where you enable layer 7 load balancing and enable, for example, the algorithm least request. And you can combine that with cluster mesh. Now, let's say we're leveraging the power of cluster mesh with service mesh, and that gives you a lot of capabilities. So first of all, you can use ingress resources to attract traffic in your clusters. On the ingress resource, you can make decisions where to forward traffic to, or you can do percentage-based routing. On a given service, you can configure it as a global service. So in this example, I configured the backend service as a global service, so I have high availability of my endpoints across clusters. And you can mix and match these capabilities in your clusters. You can also mention, or you can also use the topology area routing we talked about before, allowing you to attract traffic in a cluster, keeping it in the cluster unless the workloads are not available. You can even consider canary rollouts to a new cluster. So maybe you have a very busy production level cluster running. You know there's a new version of your application going to be introduced. Maybe you're not sure about how it's going to impact your cluster. And therefore you can temporarily or slowly move traffic or introduce traffic in a new cluster using cluster mesh. So you don't have congestion, CPU contention and such. Once you're ready or once you're comfortable with what you're seeing, you can flip over all the traffic or upgrade the application as you see fit. So there are multiple ways to do this, but these are just a few examples of capabilities. A quick word about observability, because using these capabilities, we can also use Hubble and Hubble UI to provide all this rich data of visibility across your clusters. And Hubble consists of 3 parts. A Hubble UI, which provides a service map, a namespace view of the workloads you're running, the traffic it's generating, the protocols it's using, which I will show in a minute. A CLI for advanced labeling, troubleshooting, filtering, capabilities for exporting that data as well. And finally, Hubble metrics. You may have heard that we are working a lot together with Grafana to get out-of-the-box dashboards, golden signals without instrumentation of your application to monitor the performance of your clusters and your applications on layer 7. Hubble interacts with Cilium, so it is able to extract flows from the Cilium agents and provide this data either to you on the UI or through Grafana with metrics. That moves me to the demo. So let's see this in action, and hopefully the demo gods are still with me. It was broken this morning, so what I've done, I'm running cluster mesh on GKE, so I have 2 clusters in GKE, running Cilium, configured Cilium using cluster mesh. In this case, I just use Helm, so basically for each cluster I specify a cluster name and a cluster ID. I'm enabling the cluster mesh features. In Cilium open source, you can also use the CLI. Super easy to use cluster mesh with the CLI because it will automatically configure the clusters, takes care of the TLS certificates and such. Then I have deployed, and let me quickly go back to my slides, 2 simple demo applications. So first of all, I have a simple front-end, back-end application, and I've configured the back-end service as a global service. And I also have a client workload, which is not allowed to talk to the backend. And I also introduced other namespace for the famous book info application, which I configured with service mesh, so I can reach it from outside on the internet, on an IP provided by GKE, attract the traffic into my application, and I've created the detail service. I've annotated that service as a global service, so I will see load balancing across clusters. All right, so first of all, the Hubble UI. So as you can see, I'm looking at the global service default. This is where I have this little front-end, back-end application running. And we can see live the traffic map from this given namespace, from the front-end to the back-end, and from the client to the back-end. If I click on the front end, I will get a filtered view of all related traffic on from and to the front end. As you can see, the front end is talking to the back end on port 80 and HTTP, and is talking to a backend in cluster 2. So I also have this notion of the cluster name in my UI, so I can see and confirm it's sending traffic across clusters because the backend service is configured as a global service. I also see a client component. When I click on that, I will see little red lines, and that will mean that the traffic is dropped. And also the flows below confirm that. And I can see it's dropped, the policy verdict is dropped, and that's most likely because I've deployed a network policy. So as you can see, the front-end network policy is configured as such that I'm allowed to talk to cluster 1, that I'm allowed to reach endpoints on cluster 1, on cluster 2, in this case the backend. And on the backend, the other way around, I allow the front-end to access the backend, applying this policy on the backend, and that means I have no policy for the client, so the client is automatically dropped. Moving on to the book info application, I just wanted to show you that I just annotated the detail service with the global service equals true. So let's see what's going on. I need to generate a little bit of traffic on my book info. So as you can see, I'm reaching it on a public IP. This is actually running as well an ingress resource to attract traffic in my cluster. And I need to generate some more traffic. And do this for a bit. And this, yes, all right. So in here now I'm seeing a book info namespace. And this map has more services running, so it looks a lot more interesting. And as you can see, I see traffic from world, and sometimes it's also mentioned as ingress, but in this case, world, reaching my review service. And I also see the product page, talking to other services. And more specifically, I see details. I see cluster 2 and cluster 1. So I'm seeing and confirming that I'm load balancing traffic across clusters. Potentially, I can configure my application to run it across clusters for all services, but this is just a simple example to keep it simple, and only the detail service is high available across clusters. All right, so going back to the slides. That concludes my demo and almost my session for today. If you want to learn more, there's a lot of cool resources out there where you can learn hands-on or reading the documentation, how to get started with Cilium. On the isovalent.com/labs page, we have a lot of, I think, 21 labs already, where you can test Cilium, Tetragon, and all related features, hands-on, including cluster mesh. On the community side, we have a Slack channel. Feel free to join, ask questions. We're all there to help. You can find the documentation on Cilium.io, also with getting started guides for GKE, Azure, and so forth. If you're more interested in the core technology of eBPF, feel free to check out ebpf.io. We also have this awesome ebook available for you to download from Liz Rice. She is very good in explaining in simple words how this works, so I really recommend that to learn more. With that, I'm concluding this session. Thank you for having us. Thank you for being here. We have a workshop in half an hour, so feel free to join if you want to. And I'm open for any questions. Well, thank you.
Any questions for the presentation? And yeah, if we got some questions here in the audience, we finally have a mic. So please raise your hands.
I will shout, so I think this is an obvious question.
And
especially when you're talking about sidecar, so what's your take on the ambient mesh, which is being announced?
Yeah, ambient mesh is following the same route as Cilium has taken. I think it leverages the Z-tunnel capabilities to do that. So it's not fully eBPF in that sense. So in that sense, we're different, but they do follow the same approach. So it's a matter of your requirements, what's best for you. Yeah.
Well,
when I played with meshing clusters, as you mentioned, the Cilium is learning from cluster. And maybe I'm wrong. The Cilium is learning about cluster connecting to etcd. Am I right? Why actually? Why not using Kubernetes API, but you are connecting directly to etcd? It's just curiosity.
That's an engineering question, I would say. That may change as well. I think even that there are different capabilities to configure it if you want to. We do need to keep track of all the identities which are configured to leverage the cluster mesh capabilities. So we need some kind of key value store to track that and to make that accessible, so such that another cluster can learn about that identities. So we only expose those identities. So if you think about it, we're not exposing all workloads in a given cluster, only the cluster mesh enabled ones, if that makes sense.
I was just curious. It's surprising.
Yeah. Well, this is a very deep level engineered decision-based question. I would recommend, feel free to ask this question on the community Slack, and we have the engineers there, happy to answer that. But this is how far I know it. Good question. Any other question?
Yeah, maybe not in the audience. We have questions on the Slido.
Oh, cool.
So the first one. Yeah, the Cilium L7 proxy linkable directly to binaries.
Are there any plans for any?
Are there any plans for any library for
Not that I'm aware of, but I can check any library level. Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll try to figure it out and
yeah,
maybe answer that later.
Mm-hmm. Any gotchas using Cilium on-prem bare metal installations of Kubernetes? No, not any gotcha. The only requirement is a fairly decent kernel. So 4.9 or later is more than enough for using Cilium and Cilium cluster mesh.
And the last one about the managed certificates for encryption.
No, we're not having a built-in CA as such, right? So what we are looking into is if we can integrate with Cert Manager or other solutions for managing the lifecycle of certificates with cluster mesh. Right now, you would configure most likely somewhere CA, and then what you will do is provide, Cilium basically will automatically generate the required certificates. You can use Helm to manage the certificates and the CA or a subordinate CA in Helm, and then Cilium will based on that CA will generate the certificates for MTLS and the cluster mesh API server. It's documented. It's a multi-step process, so not just enable cluster mesh and you're done, but it's supported and it's working. But in the future, we're looking at making it more easy for you to use. Especially at scale, this can be obviously very challenging.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, any other questions here in the audience? Well, if not, then thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Hope to see you soon in the workshop as well.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker.
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations!
Oh my God!
Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, app-aware, and container-granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
But here we go. Welcome. If you're in the right room, we're going to talk about a new way to engage your executives. It has a little bit to do with some storytelling aspects, and I'm going to give you some ammunition. Really quick question for the ones in the room. Anybody here in SRE? 1, 2, 3, 4-ish, right? Okay. Anybody else working in observability? No, you already answered that. All right. Who's a developer? That's the rest of the room, basically. Okay, very good. So one of the things we've noticed over time, right, is the problem with the stuff that we're engaged with at our level. How do we get changes to effect inside of our organization, right? That's a hard thing to do for engineers, for SREs, for anybody that's getting started in these kind of organizations. You're hands-on, you see the problems, you know what's going on, but how do you translate that to somebody at the level that makes decisions, right? And sometimes you only get a very short amount of time to do that if you get some kind of meeting with them, or you bump into them at the lobby or at the coffee machine, or if you have one of these kind of small sessions where you're giving feedback or whatever, and you get a little 5-minute slot. And I don't know if you've ever noticed that the C-level people like to interrupt you at the first slide, and that's as far as you get, right? So we can do some things about this. One of the things I was really shocked at last week, I was at an SRE conference, and everything was about burnout. Everything. Every single session was just nothing but chaos, burnout, the stresses that we're going through. So I'm going to give you some ammunition around that kind of stuff too. Oh, because as a developer in cloud native world, it's the same thing, right? We have to do more with less, and it's just a big flood of data, a big flood of stuff, and it's a lot of stress, right? So keep all that in the back of your mind. That's sort of setting the stage for what we're going to talk about here. I'm going to take you down a little bit of a path, and it's going to be 3 things that we talk about. The first thing is going to be to set the baseline for what storytelling is, so we're all on the same page, how we tell our tales and what we mean by this and where it comes from really quickly. Then we're going to look at the physiology of this stuff, because the human brain, I mean, we're all humans, right? At least I assume you all are. We have a certain way that our brains work. It's just a fact. And when I first started talking to people or trying to influence people, as an engineer, a developer coming into this kind of a role, I thought, what do? We research like we do everything else, right? New technology, dig into it, find out about it, start digging around. I did the same thing for this role. I was pretty shocked at some of the really simple tricks you can use. So I'm going to give you 2 or 3 of those and things you can keep in the back of your mind, and it works really well. It gives you an advantage. And then we're also going to take a little bit of a tour. And in this case, because we're focused on observability in this talk, I'm going to give you some ammunition from an observability report with some feedback on some of the stuff that you're going through, whether you know it or not. Interviewed 500 developers and engineers around the world, and this is what they told us. It's pretty shocking stuff. So what's the first thing? Storytelling. Everybody probably has been told stories their whole life. So it's kind of silly to sit down and say, what's storytelling? But I think it is good to understand where it came from and why. We use these things subconsciously through time to teach, right? That's all it is teaching. The best storytellers tend to be these really old guys that sit at barbershops, your grandma, things that they tell you about from the past. A lot of these stories your parents have told you too through time when you were little all the way up to whatever. If you look in Africa, if you look in America with the Indians that they have over there, if you look at various cultures, they use it as almost a fear mechanism to train people not to do stupid things, right? Back in the Roman times, they used to, or the Roman times, in the mythology, they used to use gods' stories to terrify you about doing certain things, to explain natural phenomenon. For example, in Africa, they sit around fires at night and tell stories about how not to do this because there's a god that lives in that hole. They just don't want the kids playing in that hole because there's a snake that lives down there. That kind of stuff. In American Indians, they love to tell stories about the woods and the bears and things like that, so people don't go out there and try to pet a bear when they're really little, right? It's going to get you killed. These are things that they want to imprint on their mind, and they pass them down through time, so everybody keeps doing that. When we have a chance to talk to somebody, to present to somebody, to influence somebody, we tend to forget really quickly how it really works in life. So when you came to work yesterday or whatever day this week, Maybe you bike to your work, and on the way to work, you almost got hit by a truck. So when you get there, you're full of this story about how you run into the coffee machine, you meet one of your buddies, and you tell this whole great story, really engaging. Everybody's paying attention about how you almost died on the way to work, right? Then you get into a position like this, where you get a chance to influence somebody in a meeting at work or whatever, or a presentation in front of people, and all of a sudden you're standing here in front of this and you don't move and you start acting like we're just talking at you. I may not even look at you. Everything seems to change, right? It's really weird how people transform when they get this kind of an opportunity to influence somebody. So what I want to say here, it's always a conversation. Don't forget that when you get up here. Right now, each one of you sitting here, I'm having a conversation with you. I'm looking at you, I'm engaging with you. I want to know what you think, how you're reacting, and why my message isn't landing if you're all on your phone. You know what I'm saying? It's really, really important to keep this in your mind. It changes how you look at your audience. The second thing is, be a chicken or be a duck is basically the joke here, but it lands really well with people. How many people love to watch a movie with Morgan Freeman in it? Who likes to watch a movie with Tom Cruise in it? Who likes to watch one with Tom Hanks in it? Pick your favorite actor. I don't care what the movie is coming down the pipeline, the new Indiana Jones. I mean, I'm like, I see the name of this actor on there. I know they're going to make an awesome role out of it, right? Whether they're a criminal, whether they're scary, whether they're funny, they're going to do something cool with it. So I'm going to want to see that. I can't do that. I'm Eric. This is what I do. This is who I am. This is how I do it. Me trying to come up here and do a comedy skit for you is going to be like you watching a train wreck. It's hard to look away, but my message is not going to land, right? So you're not here to entertain and distract. You're here to entertain for a reason to get a message to land in your brain, right? This is super important. The next thing is, say you have a room full of people, and there's some numbers up there for you, but a lot of people don't think about this. You've invested now roughly a half hour, if I'm allowed to run over because we had some technical difficulties, but a half hour of your time. I don't know what your time's worth, but say it's $100, you know? Just do the math. So how much time did I spend preparing for you? So when you're going to go influence somebody, you wonder why it doesn't go very well in the meeting or why you didn't get a chance to get your message across. If you spent 10, 15, 20 minutes, an hour, if you were riding the airplane on the way over here doing your slides before you got to this session, there's something a little bit wrong with this formula, right? The first time I ever gave this kind of a talk, I did nothing but technical talks before this. And so this was a topic that I got an acceptance for a sales kickoff from my employer. I was going to go to Dallas, Texas, and do a talk entitled Storytelling, and the abstract was storytelling. And I was like, what? I didn't submit anything. My manager said, oh, yeah, I put you in for that. You'll be good at it. You know, thanks. So talk about stress levels going up, right? Because this is not my area. It's like asking you to present on something you know nothing about, you think, right? So I said, okay, sit down, think about it. Basically, the outline you're looking at here is what I came up with. It took a little bit. I spent probably the better part of 3 weeks completely focused on that. I mean, really 3 weeks worth of time across the month that I was working on it. That's insane. That's a lot of hours to put into a talk. But that man, I stood up there, I could talk like I am now. I could tell you about it. I understand where we're going. I know what's coming next. I can look at an image and it triggers 3-4 stories I can tell you, depending upon who's in my audience, right? This is vastly important. Never rip off your audience. How many people have been to a place where they know that it was a cheap-ass talk? They know they didn't prepare for it. You want to walk away, right? You want to hang up the phone and leave. It's just stupid, right? It's wasting your time. Your time's valuable. Okay, that's the first part behind the storytelling. The second part, the physiology. Believe it or not, your brains have certain things we can trigger that are going to make you remember what you saw. One of the first things you have to understand, you probably heard it before, but you know, I think this time is getting shorter. This was based on research when I did it probably about 10 years ago. Anybody here have kids? Anybody watch what they do with YouTube? You know, video after video after video, and fast forward and jumping pieces in Netflix and things like that. They don't watch movies like we do. It takes 10, 15 minutes for a plot of a movie to be set down for you to enjoy the whole story the rest of the way for an hour and a half. My son's 16, he's like, if it isn't inside of a minute, he goes, this movie sucks, you know? That's not fair. You can't put a good story together inside of 30 seconds, right? That doesn't work that way. This is an extreme example, but you have 5 minutes. So what did I do with my first 5 minutes? Did I tell you who I am, where I came from? I hope you read the bio, otherwise you wouldn't be here, right? You read who I was. You read what the talk was going to be about, I'm assuming. Maybe you just wandered in. What I did at the beginning was I showed you what I want to talk about, the points I want to land in your brain when you leave here, right? And I did that in a very distinct path, right? We walked through each point I'm going to talk about. This is the second time you've seen it. Anybody do photography here? This is an easy one. This is one you should do every time from now on. I don't care who you are. Every image you ever put in front of somebody, use the principles of thirds. You just draw lines like this. I have a slide on my desktop that I copy these things off of and use on everything that I produce. Everything, right? Because this lands in your brain. We look to where the red dots are. That's just the points in a picture that register with a human being in your brain, right? There's 4 of them. If you think from now on, when you look at world press photos and award-winning things, when you look at pictures that have been painted in museums, you're going to see that they're doing this. The ones that land the best are this way. It's very symmetrical, right? You don't really think about it unless you know the theory that they're using behind it. Now, a little bit later, I started traveling to Asia. We, in the Western world, we read top to bottom, left to right. In Asia, they do it in some places differently. So this might land better for your audience if you use that over there, for example. This goes back also to knowing your audience. Really fun thing to do is this. Just stare at it. Which one works for you? One's going to feel like a road bump, and one's going to feel kind of like, ah. I catch myself doing this sometimes when I'm trying to figure out which one I like better. But it's stupid, but it's cheating, right? It's cheating. If I have a half a step up on anybody else that talks, I'll do this every time. You see these clickers? Anybody have one? You use one ever? They have a laser on them, right? I used to use it all the time. Anybody know what fight or flight means? That's a psychological mechanism in the human body. If there's enough fear that you're going to die, you run, basically. That's what the bottom line is. Because of all the games that are out there with all the guns and those night sights and those little laser sights on them and stuff, everybody now has, I read some research on this not too long ago, this triggers a fight or flight mechanism subconsciously in your brain. You think, I'm ever going to use this again? Why would I put anything negative into my talk that might make you disengage from my message? Right? It's just small things you got to pay attention to. I've been doing this and everything since you started watching this. Right? I did this last week, and there was a quote that they put online. They actually captured the quote and put it on a big thing on Twitter. I said, you had no chance when you walked into this talk. There was no way you're not going to like it. Everything like this works. It's really silly. Now that you know it, it's like the surprise is gone. But, right? Anybody ever heard of Pecha? Another aspect of being good in what you do, if you want to get better at having influence over people, you want to be a better manager at leading people, what do? You practice. You go see how other people do it. You watch other people. Right now, every single talk I go to, I'm looking at people looking for bad and positive. I don't care. There's something in the talk that I might use. How the person does it, what they did with their stuff. If I'm constantly critiquing somebody else, and I'm also able to pick up things for myself, and I'm also able to learn from bad examples, right? I've been doing this for 10, 12, almost 15 years now, so getting pretty good at it. And I taught at a university 7 years before that. That was the basis. So maybe I'm quite far down the road, but I started where you're at in the beginning too, if you're not a talker, right? It's that simple. You just got to learn from everything around you and use these to your advantage. Pecha is something that started in Japan. It was 20 slides, 20 seconds for each slide, no clicker. 6 minutes, 40 seconds, tell a story. And they do a really cool thing where they do 3 or 4 of these in an evening in cities all around the world. There's a whole, you can Google it, and they probably have one here. They do like a lounge setup with, dark and music and DJs and all that stuff. And then somebody gets on the stage and tells a story. And it's really cool when you're used to hearing only technical stuff. And now we're listening to somebody talk about building their house, or a chef about making a recipe, or just the most crazy stuff. And these people are good. You can find them on YouTube. They're really good. It's sort of the pre-TED Talk TED Talks. You know, they'll blow your mind, you know. They really will. A very fun way to watch something different and analyze what's going on and learn from it, right? All right, let's get into telling your own tales. Now, there's several things we can do with this. In the past, I've used just mundane examples from my past to integrate into a story to tell something. But what I want to do today is, because we're on observability and we're also, I think, running a little bit on the late side from this talk, I want to use the observability report that we did that I told you about with some of the statistics in it. So this is good ammunition for you to take with you, right? This is one of the slides, and you'll see, if you think about those lines and stuff, look how this is set up. Now, there's a bit of contradiction because the slide is basically centered, right? This image is centered, but this has great impact, I think. When I look at this slide, when I look at this image, when I'm telling this story, it's part of another presentation I have. This triggers for me the story to tell. That's what you're looking for in these kind of images. I don't want a bunch of text on here usually, except for this quote is fantastic. So I had to figure out a way to put the quote in and get it small enough, but big enough to read. And it's talking about how much data and people are spending on their observability data, right? Something you can use. But you'll see it's still within those 4 points. The information is gonna land in your brain subconsciously. That's the idea. This one is really fun, right? So when I'm talking about this stuff, we're talking about the data that's happening when you go into the cloud native world, right? This is a simple hello world monitoring application set up on top of a simple front end that's being pinged. They use all the different kinds of monitoring you naturally would use, and that's the data that rolls out, almost 0.5 terabyte, right? That's just one. Wonder why SREs are burnout, why we're looking at conferences full of burnout, right? It's pretty nuts. But again, the location of the stuff in here is key. This should feel really nice when you look at it, right? It's not like you're looking at something like, Jesus Christ, what is he hitting me with? And it's way more text than I normally want to use in these things. You notice almost everything I use has almost no text, because without me, the presentation should be useless, right? The stories you're telling have more impact than a shitload of text on the screen. Here we go. Now let's get into it. 87% of these engineers and developers are saying, this sucks. 87%. I don't know if you guys listen or hear Gartner things or Forrester things. When they hit 40%, it starts to become a trend. This is blow your socks off kind of numbers, really. This is stuff to pay attention to. And it shouldn't be a surprise for me going to one of these SRE conferences that it's all about. I mean, I was sitting outside in the hallway, and it was kind of a fancy place with like glass on the back wall so you could see into talks without going into them yourself. And I was chatting with somebody and sitting in some chairs in the hallway, and I was looking over her shoulder, and I could see the slide, just the titles. And it was chaos. It was burnout. It was stress. It was just negative after negative title. You know what I mean? It's because of stuff like this. So the next step down in this thing is how much it's affecting them, right? Really nice. Are you spending 10 hours a week doing stuff you don't want to do? That's 1/4 of your work week. Anybody here in DevOps teams? Part of the story here is that in Cloud Native, you have your DevOps environment where we're over here doing all the nice stuff we're supposed to be doing for our company. You start building up your open source monitoring and stuff, and pretty soon your resources are all over here struggling to keep the infrastructure running that's monitoring what you're supposed to be doing. And that's a lot of what you see right here. Spending 10 hours a week triaging and dealing with issues is not what you signed up for, I'm assuming, unless you're an SRE. But you don't want to triage them, you want to be told about them so you can react to them. That's what you got hired for, not running around trying to figure out why. What dashboard am I supposed to open? And it's such a big mess of tools. And then we got what's slowly drilling down into the really big pain points, right? 88% says this is not helping my career. Well, that should be an alarm bell right there. We all work in IT. Even I say even now in the layoffs that are going on and stuff, before all that started, even when they were hiring massively, what is the constant message you've heard since the day you started in IT? We don't have enough people. We can't find enough people to do the IT stuff we want to do in the world, right? Have you heard a different message than me? That's all I ever hear. We can't find enough ops, we can't find enough developers, we can't find enough front end, we can't find enough back end, can't find COBOL people, can't find Java people. It really doesn't matter. So why would you spend any time, any place where you're not happy? Why? I'm not saying run away right away. Go find a new job while you're still in that job. But I mean, why would you put up with this? I'm surprised people do. They really don't, right? Starts affecting your personal life. Starts affecting your stress levels, which leads to this. And this was an amazing talk I gave over open telemetry over in North Carolina at Open Source 101. I had 2 SRE people in the room. One was sitting right there, and the other one was up there, was a manager. This guy had been, and I always ask SREs, how long have you been doing it? And this guy said about 2 years, and I was like, okay, you haven't reached the stage yet where it's, you know, stressful and all that. He's building up to that. The manager came down afterwards. He said, I manage 200 SREs around the world. He goes, we burn out 20 every year. We don't lose, fire, they quit. We burn them out. You know what burnout does to somebody? That's probably a year before you're going to see them working again, probably, without crying. You know what I'm saying? It's really game over when it gets that far. This dude's burning 10% of his people for everybody. Not cool. Why would you let work take you down that path, people? Good God, please remember that. Don't do that. All right? This is what cloud native feels like, right? It's not a nice waterfall, serene environment. It's getting just slammed with data, slammed with information, slammed with dashboards. When something goes wrong, it goes really wrong, and you have no idea where to dig, and you got 40, 50 people digging. Fun, 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 right? That's a super stressful way to do your job. All right, what did we talk about? Do you remember? It's the 3rd time you've seen it. You're never going to forget it now. So my job here is done. All right, I got a bunch of references in there and stuff. This can all be found online at chabelle.org. I always post my stuff live right before I go on stage, so you should be able to find the slides in there. If you have any questions, I'm really easy to find. Just Google my name, look on my website, whatever. Happy to chat about any of this stuff. Happy to share any of this stuff if you want any more. There's a couple of links at the bottom. That's the original storytelling thing that I did that I told you about in Dallas. The other one at the bottom was kind of a twist on it about how speaking sucks and stuff that I did somewhere else. And that's me, and that's your evening, and I hope you had a good time. And are there any questions? I'm holding the mic, so you're going to need to use that. But I'll repeat the question. I'll just repeat the question for the online viewers. I got a question in the back.
You were talking about the storytelling, so how will you define your audience when you are telling the story?
Okay, the question is, how do I define my audience when I'm telling my stories, which I think, if I paraphrase, means how do I know what stories to pick to feed my audience, which is, what did I do at the beginning? I asked you to raise your hands about a few things. Usually I do really simple things at tech stuff, like are you a developer? Are you an SRE, so I know you're on the observability side? Are you a manager? Usually there's 1 or 2. I'm like, why are you here? Are you lost? You know, that kind of thing. And then based on the audience, because when you're told you're going to go talk to somebody at a meeting, right? We're going to go pitch an idea, try to change the product, change the infrastructure, whatever, to my CIO, CTO, this and that. You show up, and that's not who came. It's 3 business people. So all that technical crap you're going to talk about has no place in this talk. So you got to now switch on the fly and use different stories to get it to land with the business person. If you were all engineers and not observability people, it could happen. You know, I was here to talk about observability. I'm going to change these stories. I think I have a couple of minutes left, right? So a good example of this is one time I did a keynote for a tech conference up in the Nordics, and 2 things. They said in the front row is going to be a bunch of CEOs and CFOs like this with their arms crossed and, you know, very sad faces, and they're not going to smile, not going to laugh. I'm like, challenge accepted. We're going to get somebody to giggle. Second thing was, before I went on stage, when they introduced me, the slide deck I was going to use was preloaded, and it was also corporate, which sucks every time, right? Because it's really hard to do the stuff that I'm showing you here when you're given slides that don't match that kind of format and are full of a bunch of crap on there. He presented the first 5 slides that I was going to do before I went on stage. So I'm in the back there watching him do this going, oh, shit, what am I going to talk about? Because these same 5 are going to come up. So I thought, okay, Eric, let's just wheel and deal. We're going to pick something on each slide and talk about it. Use a story, just completely deviate from what it was going to be. And this was about digital transformation. So one of the first slides that came up was about Google and Amazon's and Kodak's and how everybody's big and huge in the cloud and, oh, you got to transform to be like them. And I looked at the slide and I looked at them and I said, you know, you don't need to worry about the Googles and the Amazons and that kind of stuff. You need to worry about the local barbershop, and here's why. And you heard the whole room, 800 people, sit up. So I'm like, all right, we're on to something here. So I told him a story about me taking my family to North Carolina, had to get a haircut. My buddy, and I wanted to do like you see in the movies, go to one of those places with the little barbershop pole and go find some old dudes and see how that works, right? He goes, no, download this app. You download the app, you push a button and you get a little locator. You can check in, it's pretty normal in the US now, but back then in 2015, this was brand new. And you get there and it's a very small, cheap storefront. It's got no flashy stuff. They're not selling shampoos and crap. You go in, there's a monitor there. The lady waiting says, are you Eric? And you're number 1 on the list because you checked in ahead of time. And basically what they're doing is they're putting together franchises across the US and Canada. The guys that do this started at a university in North Carolina. They have more than 100 in North Carolina. They just sell the process and the software. They become a software delivery service for these little franchises to cut hair. The people that do that know about cutting hair, but the people that do the actual franchising, they don't know anything about that, but they do know about how much they hate the wait. So they basically eliminated the wait. And so I just roll right in there, get my hair cut, and done. No advertisements, no things on TV, stuff like that. They just use social media hook in the corner for the little girls that want to get their hair cut and take a picture, and that's it. The years that I was there, and so I ended the talk and I said, you don't have to worry about Amazon's, Google's, you need to worry about the barbershop because these guys did this. There's now 1,300 across the US and Canada, and they made $1.4 billion last year. I said, you need to figure out and watch who's going to be your barbershop in your domain and keep an eye on that stuff because they're going to be able to greenfield and do anything they want. And not one person moved in that whole room the whole time I was telling these stories. I just did story after story after story, slide after slide. And when I got done, these guys down front were laughing. They wouldn't let me walk around the floor without stopping me and telling me how much fun it was. And the best comment I ever got from that whole thing in any talk ever was, I did not touch my phone once. I was like, wow. So that's an example of storytelling to answer your question in a really roundabout way. I don't think we have time for more questions, or? Skip the coffee break. Any more questions? Okay, no worries. And anybody have a question? Online questions? Okay. Just to give them a fair shot too, right? Not to ignore them. They were just waking up in the US, so maybe. All right. Thank you very much then.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker.
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations.
Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks.
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves
What security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, app-aware, and container-granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations! Oh my God!
Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never gonna get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks,
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves.
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. Someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, Appleware, and container granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker,
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations! Oh my God!
Each other.
For our neighbors,
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never gonna get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
titans of taco trucks.
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves
What security is really about.
Echo. Dobre. Tak jo, dúfam, že ste stihli nejakú kávovú prestávočku, predtým sme trošku pretiahli presku, ale myslím, že teda stalo za to. A rád by som privítal Martina Beránka z EKI a porozpráva nám o nočných morách ohľadne operácií z gRPC. Tak jo, je to tvoje.
Thanks. I actually announced the talk as being in English, and I think it's just a better option for you since I'm from Prague, so nobody from like Prague and like 30 kilometers more or less understands those people anyway. So I think English is much more better alternative for all of us. And I'll be having this wonderful, really positive talk about gRPC operations nightmare. It's going to be like 30 minutes. And since we are still close to the break, this is like the content part where you can find out if you still have the time to leave and maybe grab something more to eat. I'll be talking a bit about motivation for gRPC. I'll discuss traffic and how to use a correct runtime for the traffic, and then we'll talk a bit about monitoring. So hopefully you'll enjoy it. Okay, so what's the motivation? And since I'm infrastructure lead, I used to be called like a DevOps engineer, which is kind of weird because DevOps is a culture. I wanted to make this a bit fun. So this is a photo bank picture called Image of Excited Programmer when showing thumbs up. So that's how the developers usually looks like when they discover something new and they want you to develop or prepare the infrastructure. Or maybe that's just the way the world actually imagines the programmer look like when they're doing something exciting. Haven't seen that face for a long time, but okay. Then come the bargaining part, we are already running it. Okay, so what's the problem? We felt uncomfortable to tell you in the first place. Okay, that's DevOps right there. That shouldn't happen at all. Customer agreed on it too. Again, I don't understand where is the problem and how should I help. And of course, Google uses it, which is kind of true for gRPC. Google is a huge adopter. So that's something really interesting for me. So now let's get a bit serious. So what's the important part? Well, for me, especially as the guy from operation or SRE or whatever buzzword do the trick these days, for me, the important part is the SLA, and with that, the objectives we have to follow. So basically, that's like availability, latency, throughput. And that's something which is more or less meta for any protocol you are going to use. So, as you already see, I have a weird, I really like the pictures from photobanks, so thumbs up. So for me, like the objectives usually are the availability, which is almost always 99.99, which is like 4 minutes and 22 seconds of downtime. a month, which is quite okay. gRPC is not going to help you there, but that's something to work with. For latency, gRPC is natively running on HTTP v2, so that's slightly better due to usage of binary transmission and so on. But it usually doesn't matter because all the bottlenecks are like lying in the databases or anywhere else than your protocols. So it usually does not really have any sense to discuss it with the developers in the first place. And throughput, again, since gRPC is driven by HTTP2, is slightly better because of the binary format. And for following the operations requirement, let's say SLA, SLE, SSR, SLO, we usually have the tools to use that, to use on it. That's something concrete, and that's something we can work with. So those are the load balancers, TLS, Kubernetes, Cloud Run, and whatever. So now, when we know the requirements and what should be taken care of based on the operations part, let's discuss a bit about traffic. First of all, everything in gRPC routed to your load balancers is just an HTTP post. There's nothing else. If there is, let's say, head request or options, options are usually called in like CORS header setups, and those usually do not relate to gRPC at all. Other than that, you are just dealing with the posts, and that's it. Of course, there is like a huge difference in between running gRPC in your browser and in your native apps, let's say on your Android device or in your iPhone or whatever. And since support for browsers is fairly limited, there is somewhat an extension called gRPC Web. And it's there because browsers have a hard time to fully enforce HTTP v2 as a standard. So you're kind of forced to have some kind of middleware, some kind of proxy, which is taking care of these slight issues with regards to the browser. But for our use case, usually we try to have like one backend running all the resources, providing all the data for our front end, for our apps. So we kind of wanted to have everything in one backend. So for us, gRPC Web was the only way to go. As I was saying, like since everything is post, you kind of have to keep your static data somewhere else. So almost everything you would use HTTP GET have to be hosted on I don't know, like some normal HTTP endpoint or in normal CDN. So it kind of means the point of having like one source of backend data, but that's something you have to deal with. To further empathize the point with the HTTP post, you can't just curl the data. Well, you can do that, but the output is going to be in binary. This is the copy-pasted curl command from Flash News, which was the project we used gRPC for. And it just says that the output is going to be displayed because it's in binary. So if you are okay with that and it's not going to break your terminal, you can just put their output. That's all right. Other than that, you would have to use some other tools like, let's say, Bloom RPC, where you can import the schemes from protofiles, and then you can ask the backend for the data, and you can have those. If your backend can provide a reflection, that's much easier for you because usually you don't need to import the protofiles in the first place. But let's try to do that in the middle of the night when you are trying to debug some kind of incident, and you do not have the latest protofiles with you. So that could be something to get really bothered with. About traffic management, I'm going to describe like what we did for Flash News. We used Cloudflare as an CDN, which I'm going to describe is not really helping that much. We wanted to have a platform which takes care of almost everything for us. So we picked GCP because we kind of thought that the support from Google is going to be 100% since they are using it on almost everything. So that's going to work for us as well. And then we had to provide something for proxying gRPC web. So for that, we used Envoy. So how is it with the Cloudflare support? Well, it's there. You can enable it just by switching a button, like cool, but it's kind of supported-ish. You have your web application firewall, bot management, page rules, which, without page rules, you are usually screwed in Cloudflare in any way. But you have no Argo tunneling, no Cloudflare access, and no CDN. And that no CDN part is obvious since you can't really cache anything from HTTP GET. There are no GETs in the first place. About GCP load balancer, there is hardly anything to look at. You need to enable HTTP v2, which is, I think, by default enabled. And there's one small issue with health checks. I have a few slides about it in the presentation as well. And then there is Envoy. And I'm going to talk about it in the detail a bit, but it's like the configuration is usually written in YAML. And Envoy, in the first place, I don't think that it was mainly designed to be managed manually by anyone, anywhere. I think it's just a good sidecar for Istio, and that's mainly it. I prepared an example of the configuration we had. And don't worry if you can't read it. It's just 4 slides of never-ending configuration. I don't know, like if you have like a personal experience with it, and if you tried debug anything in Envoy configuration, yeah, I kept that there. It's a private key. You can try that. Yeah, but it's not really fun to debug. Not really fun to play with. It's just long, and I had like few points which I wanted to mention, and after like trying the presentation for the first time, I thought, yeah, no, let's describe it afterwards. So in there was like 4 lines for gRPC web filter setup. That was important. There was self-signed TLS certificate setup. That was the private key. That's there just because we wanted to have HTTP v2 enabled from the backend. There was like an admin endpoint for the debugging and core server setup. Core server setup, I don't know like how about you, but usually we liked backend developers to manage it for us. So it was somewhat a surprise that we had to show them like where it's set up in the Envoy, and they can then do it for them afterwards. But it's not as easy as it is like for example, in Node.js Express framework. How about runtime? Well, since I was saying that managing Envoy on your own is kind of hard to do, we felt that we'll adopt Istio. Why not? Since it's like a service mesh, it's fancy, and everybody likes it. So we kind of felt that we don't have really the time and the money to spend on something we would like to manage on our own. So we were happy that GCP introduced something called Anthos. It's just an Istio managed by GCP. They have an SLA for it. It's easy to set up since you are already paying for it. It has a different billing model. It's paid by CPU cores. And yeah, you can roll with that. And as I was saying, it's kind of expensive. As you can like deploy it for the first time, it doesn't let you deploy anything small than 2 nodes with at least 4 CPU each. To roughly translate the sentence from my colleague, it says no poor person allowed. So yeah, but after that, the whole Envoy setup I was showing you before is taken care of by MTLS, by the control plane itself. So then definition of gRPC web service is just done by saying that the service port is named gRPC web and then your name you would like to use. So that's really simple. There's one other option. You can actually state a protocol. It's presented in Kubernetes from 1.18 never worked for us. I don't know, maybe it's just a constraint from Google. But it could be done, and it's much simpler and much smaller. But again, it's service mesh. So you have to be ready to increase the complexity. Sometimes it's really hard to debug until you deploy some other tools which can help you with that. I don't know, like for majority of the use cases and projects, saying that you are going to deploy service mesh and it's going to be Istio, and lots of people start to be, worried just by hearing like service mesh Istio. Isn't that going to be expensive? Well, probably, but it's the gRPC. Google uses it, as you told me at the beginning of the project. So the question is like, do you really want to use service mesh for that? I don't know. So there are some cheaper alternatives in the Google Cloud. It's called Cloud Run. I think it's like in AWS. It's like UpRunner or something like that. I'm not, making any commercial around it. I'm just explaining how it could be done. But again, there is wonderful support for plain gRPC. You can use it without any problems. There is actually support for health checks. But there is one issue, gRPC web. This one little thing needed for the browser, that's not really there. It's not present. You have to deploy Envoy as a second service and proxy it for the first service, which kind of creates, a double spend. We are always asking Envoy to get your data from the original service. So you're like paying twice as much as you should have in the first place. And just enjoy the debugging. If something fails in the middle, you are just screwed. It's going to take a while. How about monitoring? I was at the talk which was here before my talk, and it was saying that all of these SRE talks are usually very negative. I can see why. So I was saying that for load balancers, there is one little thingy about the health checks. This is the setup in GCP. It's nice, but you can't edit it. Cool. I don't know why, but you can. There is one other problem. You can't create the health check in the first place. So now you can be asking, like, why did you manage to even have it there in the previous slide? But you can do it through the API. Like, you can create a Terraform resource for a health check, say that it's going to be monitoring gRPC endpoint, and Terraform will happily provision it in a GCP cloud with no issues. I was checking if this is just some UI bug or something, or maybe it's not supported in some regions. I had no luck. Asking on support seemed to me like, I don't know, not a nice thing to do to the junior support engineers. So we just have to roll with it. One other thing, logging. As I was saying, you are still using method post. So you are not really having any additional information out of reading the logs from the load balancer. It's always going to be the same method. Fun part is the request URL, where you are having the endpoint which is called at the backend. So that's something you can work with, and then some private information like remote IP, server IP. Those are again proxied from Cloudflare, so they are not really saying that much. So as you are like used to having some more information from the load balancer, for gRPC, it kind of narrows down since it uses the HTTP more or less as a transportation layer rather than part of the application. You kind of have to step up your game in the container logs. So this is the example from the slide before, but from the point of perspective of the container. So here you can see like all of the headers, the payload which got transmitted, who was the user, what was the endpoint called, and lots of other small important details you kind of need in your work. So in a way, like the load balancer logs are usually important just when you are debugging the issues related, like in the connection from the load balancer to the gRPC backend. It's not really helpful at all. And one other thing I would like to point out, I have the slides about it after this as well, is status. It's up there in that JSON. gRPC actually has different status codes, not like HTTP. So that might get a little bit complicated. But other thing, gRPC is really good with streams, not really for gRPC web, but you can also open streams from the browser to your backend as well. But these are the issues you usually have with any streams endpoints you are hosting in your WebSockets or whatever you would like to use. So for gRPC, you have to create something. Well, you have to think about clients willing or being able to reconnect in case the stream is going to hang up. Never-ending story for the developers is that usually they open more than 6 connections, and that's the limit for Chrome. And I think I handled like 3 or 4 tickets of asking like if I can enlarge the number of connections to the backend because it always hangs up at 6 connections. And it always, I actually found a ticket at Chrome support. I was just sending that to them. That's not the issue of the backend. It's just an issue of Chrome or any browser in that matter. And of course, always discuss the deployment of those endpoints with the developers, since this is the example of the endpoint we are monitoring, and as an operations, we wanted to have some kind of alerting if the latencies are going to above given threshold. And in here, you can see that streams do not really, work in this matter. So, like, it's obvious that something on the way got a limit of 30 seconds. So at least we got the alert that the endpoint, got the threshold above, I don't know what was the threshold, but it reached always 30 seconds. So after that, we were aware that something new happened, and there was the new endpoint for the streams, and we kind of had to remove it from the monitoring and figure some different way how to see how the requests are actually managed and how we can monitor it in favor of the user. Yeah, this is the slide about custom error codes. This is the example, like, there was the alert saying that the backend service has some kind of the issue, and I thought, okay, so I'm going to copy curl command from the browser, from the network tab, and I'm just going to look up what's wrong, and just pasting it to the terminal. I've seen that it transmitted all right. I got my HTTP 200, so I felt like, okay, so backend is all right. The one other thing is that, as I was saying, gRPC has their own error codes and status codes and so on. So there's like the second light from the end saying that gRPC status was 13, which is just saying that my request and the backend who was handling it was trying to access the memory, which is outside of the buffer bounds. Cool, but again, it's kind of hard to detect because this is happening at the application. So you kind of, again, have to revisit your container logs, create some kind of log-based metrics, or at least have some Prometheus endpoint with correct counter and react on that rather than relying on the HTTP and the way how they are propagated, how they are propagating the error codes. Is it really that bad? As you've noticed already, like from my perspective, it wasn't really that optimistic. It's just part of my job, look for the things which can broke. And I think like I had this claim, like the world has to rest. It's not really funny after all, but it felt funny for me, and that's enough for me. So I think it's just disrupting the whole process, how you can feel and work with the application and the traffic management in the first place. It's just wonderful thing that you can just import your protofiles, let gRPC plugins and SDKs generate the code for you, and work with that without even visiting some Swagger documentation and so on. So this is actually really amazing. So if you are willing to work with that, you have a use case for it, you are quite okay with living through some issues like configuring Envoy and so on. I had these examples like who is using IPv6 these days? Hopefully all of us, you know. But the way why we are using it is just because it's really easy and it's done for us, which is not currently really true for gRPC. And in a way, it's here since 2015. And even so, it's adopted by all of the major projects I can think of, like, for example, Argo CD and Argo in general. So it's not going away, so that's good. At the end, we ended up with having Istio on Anthos, as I was saying. Customer was willing to pay for it. Cool. And we use Argo CD for deployments to, let's say, alleviate some kind of hard work from us. So it actually worked. And that's the way I would recommend it for you. So it's just not bad at all, as I was trying to explain in the past 2-3 slides. It's just your use case might not be good enough. So for us, the good use case was having lots of Android devices, lots of iPhones, for which developing the applications like the DX experience, developer experience, was much better because of the gRPC. And for us, it was just a hassle we had to put up with. So when is it useful? It's just a recap of all the things I was saying. If the request couldn't be cached, you would be using HTTP post as well. So why don't you use gRPC for that? It's a nice integration with almost every language, which is also cool. As I was saying, you just download the proto files or just use the reflection, and the code is being generated for you. And there are traffic improvements because by default, although natively, it's running only on HTTP v2, which is amazing protocol to use in the first place. So that's it. Thank you for being here. Hopefully it wasn't that negative. Last time I finished the talk like this, somebody then asked me if I want to kill myself every day. For that, I would like to recommend you the lecture which was before me in here. Hopefully it was all right and you found out something which was interesting for you. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We have no questions at Slido. So do we have some here in the audience?
For some reason, I'm not surprised.
What is the reason? Okay.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. I get it. Mike.
So yeah, as far as I understood, troubleshooting and debugging all of these gRPC request stuff, if something went wrong, it's a quite non-trivial task, let's say so. Yeah, and have you developed any in-house built instruments or tooling that simplifies this life, or using some kind of upstream stuff, open source stuff?
Well, you can always use the tools you would use in the other protocols as well. Like tracing was always working. It can show the endpoint's name in a way they would be displayed for HTTP call. So if you would understand what the call was about, the name of the endpoint, so tracing was always useful. We tried not to really develop anything ours because we felt that it's going to take us a lot of time, and at the end, Google or some other people would do it much better than us. And it kind of happened multiple times. We were deploying the health checks, and after 2-3 months, Google came up with their own health checks, even though they are really hard to deploy, as I was showing in the slides. So we kind of played the waiting game, and most of the cases it worked for us really well. So it kind of got implemented in the process. Yeah, as I was thinking about it right now, I think it's kind of slowed down the adoption and all of the development of the project, because we were not really sure if we are able to put it into the production and we have enough information for debugging it. So we kind of wait at the beginning. We did extra benchmarking. For example, K6 benchmarks, they have wonderful support for gRPC as well, so that can be used. And from that, we had enough information, enough data to be sure that it's not going to fail after the first day being in production. So yeah, like the short answer would be that no, we try to use the tools cloud already have, and most of the time it worked for us.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, any other question? Well, okay, so we're going to close that. Thank you very much again for the presentation, and we can have a short break.
Thank you.
Cybersecurity is an infinite battlefield.
The bad guys are getting slicker.
Stealthier.
Engineering their own super weapons.
We can get lost in that darkness, in what we are all against.
Or we can focus on what we're all here for.
People.
Congratulations! Oh my God!
Each other.
For our neighbors.
Our kids.
People with an I or T in their job titles.
For new leaders dragging century-old giants into the future.
For wild thinkers.
Designated warriors.
For the people they protect.
We're never going to get old, are we, Grandma?
I'm not.
People with passwords like password 123 exclamation point.
For people who trusted strangers and lost everything.
For titans of industry.
Titans of taco trucks.
Titans with toddlers.
For people.
For each other.
We can focus on the fear.
Or we can keep reminding ourselves
what security is really about.
As containers and modern databases get widely adopted and enter production, all data needs to be secured and protected. A backup strategy is a major component of this plan. Without a comprehensive data protection plan, malicious actors can take hold of your mission-critical Kubernetes data, and you won't have a way to fully recover. You need someone who can back up and restore complex Kubernetes data, configurations, and objects, and ensure business continuity. With Portworx Backup, you can save the day. Portworx Backup offers full-service, app-aware, and container-granular data protection with ransomware protection, disaster recovery, and application migration to any environment. This helps you securely restore data with a single click. Portworx Backup, the easy button to protect your Kubernetes workload.
Okie dokie. Perfect. We've got a last presentation for today, and it's gonna be creating Kubernetes cluster with cluster API, presented by Jiří Kremser. So, enjoy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the intro. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jirka Kremser, and today I'm gonna talk about creating Kubernetes cluster using cluster API. I can't see my slides there. Should I press something? Okay, cool. So yeah, creating for all the devs in the room is like creating, reading, updating, deleting, right? So this is my bio. I worked for Red Hat for 7.5 years. Then I was in Oracle, APSA Group, and now I work for a startup called Giant Swarm, which is a German startup, and we do managed Kubernetes clusters. And we use Kapi heavily. Kapi is shortcut for cluster API. Before I start, I have a question. How many of you were in the talk like 2 hours ago from Alex? Please raise your hand. Cool, a couple of you. Yeah, thank you. So I also like 3D printing. These are some of my prints. The top right segment, it's a Grafana dashboard for my 3D printer. It can show you the temperature. And yeah, also like road tripping with my family. These are some of my road trips that I've done. I've got two little kids. And the next one is Japan in a month. So this is a little bit of motivation for cluster API. It comes with a CLI tool called clusterctl, and the basic idea is to have a way to create custom resources for cluster. So cluster is a normal custom resource in your Kubernetes that can create an external cluster. Like you have a management cluster and workload cluster distinctions. So the first picture shows how to generate those CRs. And if you apply them, you can use clusterctl describe. And if everything goes well, you will have a new cluster ready to your own use. So yeah, as I mentioned, there is a management cluster into which you are talking with kubectl, and you are creating those custom resources. For instance, cluster, infra cluster. I will show them all of them later. And then it will talk to your cloud provider, to your infrastructure, and it asks for creating a VMs, and then it will create those Kubernetes nodes, control planes, and bootstrap everything. I'm oversimplifying that, but this is the main idea, to have a parent-child hierarchy between clusters. So we can have like one management cluster and multiple workload clusters. It doesn't necessarily stop here. You can go deeper, and you can say that one of your workload cluster has a role of management cluster for other workload cluster. So you can basically create arbitrarily deep hierarchies. Why would anybody do it, right? It's fun, but it also can like copy your infrastructure in your company that you can have. There's that Conway law, right? Is it called that? You have some infrastructure, some teams in your company. It will often map itself into code or some infrastructure. So this can be helpful. And also, you can do a clusterctl move, which is another subcommand of this CLI tool. And you can basically play with those relationships, and you can have a self-managed cluster. So first, you need some bootstrap cluster that will create your workload cluster. But then you can use clusterctl move to move those CRs that were responsible for creating this workload cluster to the cluster itself. Why is it useful? It may be useful for having a way to update your clusters in the future. Because this self-managed cluster will have a way to talk to the infra provider and say, hey, I want a new VMs. And it can, for instance, you can change Kubernetes version to a new one. So it will ask for a new VMs, create a control plane nodes with the new versions, and sunset the old ones. Another nice idea is, or nice benefit is that it supports multiple providers. So these clusters don't have to run in the same environment. You can have the parent, the root cluster running on your local host, on your laptop, in Kine or K3s or whatever you have. And then you can create clusters in the AWS infrastructure, but also in vSphere, Azure, GCP is there, Rancher. There are like 20 of providers. I've been thinking about how to define cluster API, and I've come with definition that, well, using my words, it's a standardization effort that tries to make the cluster creation similar to all infra providers, but it also provides these two operations. Yeah, this is my interaction with ChatGPT. So let's break it down to smaller pieces because it's still general. I haven't touched the core components, so let's do that. There is a core cluster API, and so there are 4 components, and each of those comes with own controllers and own CRs. It's kind of complicated concept, but if you get familiar with one set of infra provider, you will be able to work with different infra providers as well. So core is something that's there to be able to support those tools like clusterctl, because it encapsulates the commonalities between all those cloud providers into those CRs. So we've got cluster, machine deployment, machine health checks, machine pool, which is alternative to machine deployment, and others. And there is also controller that reconciles these CRs, custom resources. This one is most probably the most important one. This is the thing that talks to your cloud provider and does the talk. Like if you are using AWS, it will talk to your management console and will ask for machines, right? And it will create networking, VPCs, and whatnot. And there is a consensus or a pattern that you will have I've got used foo as a variable, but it can be AWS, Azure, GCP, vSphere, and the pattern here is that it will prefix all those CRs with this infra. So we will have a cluster, which is a general custom resource, but we will also have a specific one for our infrastructure, which can be AWS cluster, vSphere cluster, GCP cluster. And the idea is to move those bits that are different from provider to provider into those specific CRs. There's also Bootstrap provider, which is useful for, it's necessary part of the whole infrastructure, in the whole ecosystem of Kapi, and it's responsible for turning your machines into Kubernetes nodes. And it does that by using either Cloud Init or Ignition script. So again, it has 2 custom resources. One is template, one is config. Similar concept as in pods. You've got pods template under the deployment spec from which the pods are created, similar in here. So in the template, you will specify basically how the configuration for your kubeadm should look like. I will show it later in the demo. There's similar stuff for control planes, but these are, or control plane is just another Kubernetes node plus something, right? This is API server. So it contains all the configs that had the previous, kubeconfig template, but also things that can enable feature gates in Kubernetes, some new experimental features. Was there certificate alternative names and things like that. And important thing to say here is that all these components are interchangeable. So you can use Bootstrap. Most of the time, you will use kubeadm Bootstrap that works with kubeadm, but you can also use different Bootstrap controller if you are run, for instance, on MicroK8's platform. This is the whole picture. So it's a set of custom resources that are somewhat wired together. This cluster is a top-level custom resource that has references to all of them. So it's like umbrella object where you can find all the others. So after you apply this set of CRs, and there are helpers to achieve that, because it's like each infra provider has a template directory where you can start from. There will be some kind of reconciliation from those 3 controllers. And first thing what it does, it adds own back references to the cluster, and they will appear in this .metadata owner references. If you are familiar with Kubernetes internals, this is there to enforce the order of deletion. Like if I then delete all these resources again, there is a rule in Kubernetes that the parent can be removed until the children are removed. So it will basically enforce the order of deletion. Right, and also it will create those machine sets. So here I can see that there was a machine deployment, and similarly in Kubernetes we have deployment, and it will create replica sets. So it's following the similar analogy here, and these machine deployments will create machine sets. And machine set is something that's responsible for creating number of replicas of these machines. So, and machine as again reference to kubeadm config and infra machine. This kubeadm config was taken from this kubeadm config template. So there are like these templates are kind of cookie cutters for those like real instances of those things. Nice thing about it is if you get familiar with this quite complex architecture, and I've like colored the nodes to help you realize which parts are coming from which component, because before we were talking about core components, infra components, bootstrap components, and control plane components. So here, for instance, the green ones are the infra components, and it's used for vSphere, provision for vSphere cluster. And as you can see, it has the prefix all the time in the name of those CRs. But nice thing about it is that if you get familiar with this and you switch to different provider, it's relatively stable. Like the structure is almost similar or is almost identical. The only thing that changes there is the name of those infra resources. So in case of AWS cluster, we will have AWS cluster and not vSphere cluster. But there might be differences, again, in the providers itself. So for instance, AWS provider provides two ways of deploying those Kubernetes clusters. One is called machine deployment, is this one, but it can also use machine pools, which is basically used for managed Kubernetes on the AWS. Right, so but it's hard to learn about the things without doing them. So I prepare the demo. So let's make a quick demo. So I've got my management cluster running, and I have deployed this for controllers. This is the infra controller for KubV, which is vSphere. These three are coming from the KubV project itself, the core part, kubeadm bootstrap controller, and controller for control planes. Right, so let me first create and here I will be watching for machines. Machine is CR coming from this cluster API, and we will be able to see the new machines being created. So I'm just running watch periodically. There should be some machines already, and this is actually the workload, the management cluster I'm currently connecting into. So it's self-managed. That's why we see those machines here, because the cluster has the awareness of itself in terms of cluster API. It knows that it has number of replicas for workers and number of replicas for control planes. I can verify that if I list all the nodes. We can see there are 4 nodes, and these are the same as we see in here. Here I'm running GoVC, which is a CLI tool that's able to talk to vSphere API, and it will list as the VMs that appears in vSphere console. Yeah, same stuff here. I also have vSphere console in here in my browser, and this should be also appear in here. Yeah, so only the management cluster is there right now. So let's create a new cluster using cluster API. I will use Helm for that. And I'm templating a Helm chart, and I will show you what's going to be created. It's going to be quite overwhelming. There's a lot of stuff happening. But the most important stuff, this is the cluster. That's the top level object I was showing before. It has references to control plane object, which is also part of this list of things being created, and infrastructure reference to infra cluster. So for instance, this guy will be created in this list of YAMLs as well. So let's find him. Yeah, so this is kubekdm control plane, and as you can see, there are some parameters that can be passed to for API servers. And for instance, we can create new volumes. We can mount files there. For instance, if you want SSH keys to be present on those machines, it's the right place to do it. You know, right at your public keys there. feature flags can be added here for API server. You can change images of core DNS container as well as containers for API servers. And we will be using kubevip, so it contains also configuration for this tool. It's there because if you deploy multiple control planes, we need some HA between them. So they will be available under one IP. All right, so let me try to apply it. Helm. Yeah, I'm using Helm upgrade with -e, which is install, and using the same value file. So there is a revision 1, so it worked, and we can see this new images provisioning. It starts first with the control plane, and after control plane, VM for control plane is initialized, and the kubeadm init run init has been run. We will get the token from this file, from this command, and only then the provisioning for workers can start, and these can run kubeadm join with this token. I don't know if you had KCA certification, it was the stuff that was presented there as well. So it uses by default kubeadm. And we can see that there is a new machine for this control plane. It should appear also here. I guess if I refresh. Yeah, this is the control plane machine. It's gonna take a minute or two. What's not yet? The control plane has been provisioned. We can run the clusterctl describe command, which is pretty nice because it will. Let me first run it. It will grab the information from various places and present it to you at one output. So it's saying that we are still waiting for machine deployments for workers, but the control plane has been finished before 20 seconds. And yeah, because the information is spread around those CRs, it's quite hard to figure out what's happening because they are updating, the status is filled and whatnot. That's the price for having 4 different controllers because they need to talk with each other. Like normally, if you have operator in Kubernetes, it's very simple, right? You have like one operator, one CR, and it does something with the CR. But here the situation is much more complex. We have 4 controllers, and they have to communicate and synchronize themselves somehow. So we can see everything got provisioned. Clusterctl command also give us a way to get the kube config. So let's do that. It takes name of the cluster, but I have it as a variable. Okay. Yeah, so we can use this new class kube config to talk to the newly created cluster. So let's list the nodes. We can see it's there, but nodes are not ready. It's kind of expectable because it creates the nodes, but the CNI was not installed there. And together with the clusters, CRs for clusters, we are also creating a Helm release. I haven't shown that, but I'm using Flux here, or Flux controller, and this CNI will be installed eventually, but it may take up to 3 minutes to do that. So I can get back to demo after a while, and this should be ready. So yeah, what's there and what's missing, right? So Cluster API provides a way to do cluster updates easily, or there's a way to do that. It's not that easy because all those CRs are kind of immutable. And if you want to create a new version, say, for Kubernetes, you first have to create a new template for this that has this new information, and then rewire those relationships as we were showing before from this cluster to this new template. It's useful because it's one single pane of glass for where you can find your own other clusters. So we can have a kubectl-based API and you can ask like kubectl get clusters, and you will see all of them at one place. It supports scaling well, it doesn't support scaling out of the box, but there is a cluster autoscaler project which is adjacent to cluster API, and you can use it to scale your nodes. There's CLI, and nice thing is that everything is a code, and you can version it in a Git. But it was missing. There is a lot of stuff that's missing, and I will take them one by one. The first one is CNI. That's why the nodes were not ready. So we need to install it by on our own. There are tools like Cilium, Calico, Flannel, Wave, and I'm installing Cilium there. The important thing is that those tools need to tolerate those not ready taint on these nodes, because we need to get the pod running, right? The other part was missing is the CSI, which is a thing responsible for mounting your volumes, right? So if you create persistent volume claim object and you have no CSI present in your cluster, nothing is going to happen. So we need to deploy also infra cloud provider specific CSI that's able to create those volumes on those infrastructures. It's basically all, or CPI, CSI, and CNI almost always run as a daemon set, so each node has this capability there. It can provide a topology feature, like if you have CPI and it tags your nodes with topology information like availability zones, it can utilize this information. You can have some data locality, so you can have your algorithms close to the data. CPI part is kind of fuzzy because, for instance, the CPI for vSphere, it's a cloud provider interface, doesn't come with the native load balancer for services. It's kind of optional to implement it, so it's not there. So here I'll be using Kubeweb for instead their implementation. What's also missing is a way to deliver something to your newly created cluster. There is a CR coming from cluster API called cluster resource set, but it's still, I think, experimental feature, and probably it's gonna be removed because there is another project called cluster API add-on provider Helm, and it's basically a way how to deliver content to your workload cluster. So you have a way to create a cluster, but then you have no way to add these CNIs, and things like that there. What I was using is the Helm release, and together with Flux, because Helm release provide a way, it's another CR, custom resource, and there you can provide a kubeconfig, so it can deploy this Helm to a target cluster. So you can have a management cluster when you create this Helm release object, and it will deploy some stuff to your workload clusters. If you have GitOps in place, it's sometimes hard to manage those secrets, but you can use tools like SOAPs or Vault CSI. Yeah. Or you can also use, because it forms a nice tree hierarchy. We have this parent as a management cluster and those workload clusters as children. And this kubeconfig is present in this management cluster. So you can create your own operator running in management cluster that's doing something to your workload clusters. That's a nice design pattern, I would say. Yeah, so load balancing is pretty specific to your cloud provider. So for instance, on AWS, you will have something in there and you can reuse it. But in our case, I'm using vSphere, which is like bare metal VMs. Oh, sorry, just VMs, but nothing there. I think VMware also provides some paid, it's called ALB thing, but if you don't want to pay it, you have to bring your own solution and deploy it and basically have a way to expose your workloads to external world. You can use ingress controller, you can use gateway API for that, but you can also use like lower level primitives like services with type load balancer. For instance, Cilium itself comes with MetalLB, and it also can be used for doing it. And there are multiple projects in this cloud native ecosystem, right? And there are overlaps between them. There was a talk today about Cilium, and Cilium, for instance, can do gateway API, it can do ingress control, and it can also do the service type load balancing for services. So there are overlaps between those tools. Oh, before I go to that slide, let me check if the nodes are ready. Yeah, they are ready. And yeah, so how to start? it's quite complex topic, but there is a tool or infra provider called CAPD, which is Cluster API Docker provider, and then you can try it on your own laptop. You can use the clusterctl init command. It has a subcommand or switch with -- infrastructure where you specify which flavor of CAP you are using it, and if you say it will be Docker, it's not going to provide any new clusters on some real infrastructure, but it will run new Docker containers on your laptop, and you can play with the CRs, right? You can see how everything is interconnected, and it's not the real use case because the machines will not be like the real machines, but yeah, it's an easy way to start. In Valencia, there was a really nice talk about how to write your own API provider. I really recommend this one because it was also presenting a couple of design patterns that can be used in these providers. For instance, they almost always follow the same structure. They've got like reconcile normal, reconcile delete part methods, or it's like if you know one provider, it's much easier to get familiar with the other ones. How to troubleshoot, right? If things go not so well, it's hard to find an issue because, yeah, as I said, there are 4 different controllers doing the different stuff. So it's like event-based system, right? You have to check 4 different logs, and also a lot of information is spread across those status sub-resources in various CRs. So you have this clusterctl describe cluster tool, describe cluster command that can present you somewhat important things to you, and you can make sense of it and do the right thing about it. Right. And sometimes if you delete the cluster, it heavily uses finalizers. So for instance, if you go and delete one part of the cluster, it will block the execution of kubectl, and it will wait for something that will remove the finalizer. It's there because we need to clean those resources in those real infrastructures, right? If we are deleting a cluster, it first needs to delete those machines, and only then it will allow deletion of this Kubernetes API object. Let me actually try that because I've got 3 minutes, right? Yeah. So if I remove the cluster, it was Helm, so I need to uninstall these Helm release. Yeah, it's removing the VMs, but as you can see, it's hanging, right? I'm still waiting for kubectl command to finish, and only now it finished. It waited for actual deleting of these VMs, and only then it was able to finish itself. I still have some time, so I can show you also how it can work with GitOps. Because as I said, my management cluster is self-managed, but it's self-managed in a way that these definitions are stored somewhere in a Git. So let me change number of replicas of this management cluster in Git. But it takes some time, so hopefully it will finish before the presentation. I forgot the... Yeah. So is this repo? And the file is called cluster, yeah, this one. So if I search for replicas, this is control planes, but I need workers, which is here. If I change it to 4, edit, committed. Yeah, we also have a pre-commit check that I'm not exposing any secrets. So I still have 3 pods right now, I think. But after some while, I should be able to see the 4th one. But it can take 2 minutes, so I'll switch back to presentation again. Some takeaways. Standards are good, right? It's a common ground for various cloud providers, and we can use it in a similar way. And that's a nice thing to have, right? Because if each provider provides their own API to do the stuff, it wouldn't be that easy to take your existing infra or developer platform and say migrate to some other. So it mitigates vendor lock-in a lot. But it also introduces a lot of complexity because there are 4 different controllers running and communicating with each other through some CRs. It makes a lot of sense with GitOps because if we have infrastructure as a code, it's much easier to version everything, to basically track the changes to our clusters, right? And in GiantSwarm, we can reduce the pain because we support cluster API for different providers. We support KubVCD, vSphere, GCP, AWS, Azure. And I think, yeah, that's it. And we are looking into Tinkerbell as well. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Well, cool. Thank you very much for the presentation. We've got one question on Slido. It's like if you can...
Right, recommended provider for bare metal, right?
Provider, yeah.
I would recommend Tinkerbell. I have no experience with it, but I think it's like the one to go with. Let me actually, I forgot to check if there is a new, there is new node running here for 31 seconds, so just on time. Any other questions in the audience? Or?
Nope. Still shy till the end of the day. Okay, so we can close it. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And have a nice evening.